Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Last call. Quick 16 competitors. Last call for your time trial. We need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16 competitors. Last call. Lanes 7 and 8. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. First call, sportsman competitors. I need you in lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman competitors. I need you down in lanes 2 and 3. This is your first call for your one and only time trial. Sportsman 2 and 3. Attention in the pits! Attention in the pits! Sportsman competitors! First time trial. We need you in lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman competitors. Second call. Need you down in lanes 2 and 3 for your one and only time trial. race fans. First up, we have our Quick 16 competitors going on track for their first time trials. These are some of our fastest and best drivers on property. Also, sportsman class, final call. I need you down in lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman, last call to lanes 2 and 3, please. First up, left-hand side, Dustin Meier. Coming out of Wolford Island, that dragster. And in the right lane, your points leader, Al Graham, out of Dundee. Dustin goes through 690 for our number one qualifier, Al Graham, 871. Bill Black laid down a 699 for the 2 seed, and Mitch Melchert went 715 for the 3 seed right now. Next pair, Ray Thompson out of Waterloo, left-hand side. In the right way, trailers right lane, Zach Miller out of Independence. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, high school competitors. I need you in lanes 2 and 3, please. High school competitors, first call to lanes 2 and 3 for your time trial. Also, junior street, I need you in lanes 4 and 5. Junior street, I need you in lanes 4 and 5. First call for your time trial. High school 2 and 3. Junior Street, 4 and 5. Left lane, Tyler Stick out of Fruitland. And in the right lane, Cale Davis out of New Boston, Illinois, in that 1998 Mustang. Tyler goes good enough for 4th, 748. Cale Davis, good enough for 6th, 760. Dustin Meier still sitting at the top of the heap, 690. Right-hand side, Paige Davis out of New Boston. And the left-hand side, Dalton Waugh out of Macokota. Dalton Waugh, good enough for fifth, 751. Paige Davis, 768, sitting eighth. Dustin Miles still leading the pack. Attention in the pits. High school competitors, I need you in lanes 2 and 3, please. High school, lanes 2 and 3. Junior Street, I need you in lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street, second call, lanes 4 and 5. Left-hand side, Mike Meier in that 68 Chevelle out of Walford. Right-hand side, Zach Mortensen out of Letts. Zach Mortensen, nice run for third, 714 his. Mike Meier sitting in the 12th spot, 936. Top of the heap still, Dustin Meier, that's 690. David Primrose up next on that 2006 Suzuki out of Cedar Rapids. David Primrose, good enough for 10th, 839. So after your quick steam there, we got Dustin Meier in the first spot, Bill Black in the second spot, Zach Mortensen in the third, and Mitch Belcher rounding out the top four. Next group up on track is our sportsman competitors. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for high school. I need you down in lanes 2 and 3. High school competitors, last call, lanes 2 and 3. Also, Junior Street, last call for your time trial. We need you in lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street to lanes 4 and 5, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. First call, Mopar no box. I need you halfway down the lanes in 4 and 5. Mopar no box. First call, I need you to down to 4 and 5. Just come down halfway down the lanes though, please. Mopar no box. First call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Mopar, no box. We need you lanes 4 and 5, please. Mopar, no box. Second call. Need you down in lanes 4 and 5. Super Bowl competitors, you'll be up next. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call, Mopar no box to lanes 4 and 5. Last call, Mopar no box. I need you in lanes 4 and 5. First call, Super Pro competitors. First call, I need you down in lanes 7 and 8 for your time trial. Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8, first call. Last call, Mopar no box, lanes 4 and 5. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, Super Pro. We need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Second call, Super Pro to lanes 7 and 8, please. No E open bike, you'll be up next as well. Second call though, Super Pro to lanes 7 and 8. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Last call for Super Pro. We need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro competitors. Time trial to lanes 7 and 8, please. All right, race fans, got a little bit of track maintenance we just took care of there. Quick big shout out to all of our track workers today. Absolutely busting their tails down there to make sure that track is as fast and safe as possible. We'll have our Mopar No Box coming up very, very soon on track. Also, first call, no E open bike. First call for your time trial to lane number 6, please. No E open bike to lane number 6. Junior Dragsters, you're on deck. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, no E, open bike. We need you down in lane number 6, please. Second call, no E, open bike to lane number 6, please. All right, Super Pro about to take the track now for their time trial. Last call for no E open bike to lane number 6. Last call for our no E open bike to lane number 6. And also first call for junior dragsters. Lane number 1 for your time trial. First call, junior dragsters to lane number 1 for your time trial. More Power Muscle Sportsman will be on deck. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, junior dragsters. We need you down in lane number 1, please. Second call, Junior Dragster, for your time trial to lane number 1. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call, junior dragsters. We need you down in lane number 1, please. Last call for junior dragsters. Also, Mopar Muscle Sportsman. First call, Mopar Muscle Sportsman into lanes 2 and 3, please. Mopar Muscle Sportsman 2 and 3. Mopar Muscle Sportsman competitors, when you are pulling into lanes 2 and 3, be aware Junior Dragster is in lane number 1. We're going to make sure all of our young competitors are as safe as possible today. So, Mopar Muscle Sportsman competitors, when you're pulling into lanes 2 and 3, be aware that Junior Dragster is right next to you. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need our second call, Mopar Muscle Sportsman Division to lanes 2 and 3, please. Mopar Muscle, second call to lanes 2 and 3. Be aware, junior dragsters are in lane number 1. Also, anyone on property for test and tune, we will take you down in lane number 6 now. Test and tune, lane number 6. Quick break here. One of our bikes looks like it has lost power on the big end, so we're going to go make sure he's okay and get that motorcycle taken care of, and we'll be back to it as soon as possible. Looks like he's getting off track now. Excellent. Also, junior dragsters, final call for your time trial. We need you in lane number 1. Any and all junior dragsters, if you are not in lane 1 now, you need to be ASAP, please. Also, Mopar Muscle Sportsman, last call for you as well to lanes 2 and 3. Mopar Muscle Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3. Be aware, junior dragsters are in lane number 1. And last but not least, test and tune. Need you down in lane number 6. Second call for test and tune, lane number 6. All right, next on track, we have our junior dragster competitors. Also, if you are in Mopar Muscle Sportsman, we need you in lanes 2 and 3. This is your last call. Mopar Muscle to lanes 2 and 3. Also, final call, Test and Tune. Need you down in lane number 6. Test and Tune. Come on down, lane number 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to take a quick little break here, do a little bit of track maintenance, maybe a bit of a potty break for our track crew. Give us a few minutes. We're thinking about getting started here about 11:30, so about 30 minutes from now we might get started a little early as well. So go ahead, head down to the concession stand, get yourself some lunch. The shirt shack is open. There is a Mopar Max Event shirt down there for $25. Go pick yourself up one. They are absolutely gorgeous. Also, that fuel store is open if you need any fuel. So give us a little bit, and we'll be back on track racing very shortly. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. It is around 11:20 right now. We're about 5 minutes out from first call. So finish up grabbing your concessions, grab your fuel, stop by that shirt shack. But we have about 5 more minutes and we'll all be calling for first call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Any staff members, if you could return to your stations right now, we are ready to get cars back on track. Also, first call Pro ET. Round 1 eliminations. I need you in lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro ET needs you down in 4 and 5, please. Also, first call Mopar Max boxcars. I need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. First car, Mopar Max boxcars to lanes 7 and 8. Pro ET, first call to lanes 4 and 5. Also have some sponsors I would like to thank on behalf of North Iowa Mopars, Advanced Auto Parts in Mason City, as well as Arnold Auto Parts of Mason City, Autoland Autos of Roscoe, Illinois, CUSB Banks of Osage, Cresco and Charles City, Deemers Performance NAPA Auto Parts of Carroll, and Gateway Auto Service Center and Towing of Clinton, Iowa. Thank you to those sponsors for helping out with the North Iowa Mopars. Attention to pits, attention to pits, second call Pro ET. I need you down in lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro ET competitors to lanes 4 and 5. Also, Mopar Max boxcars to 7 and 8. Mopar Max boxcars to lanes 7 and 8, please. Second call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, street bike to lane number 6, please. First call for street bike to lane number 6, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for Pro ET to lanes 4 and 5. Also, last call for Mopar Max box cars to 7 and 8. Second call to street bike to lane number 6. Now, if you would all please rise, if you are able, and turn to our beautiful American flag for the playing of the national anthem. A huge thank you to our active military guardsmen and any veterans with us today. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for your service. Now it's time to go racing here at Tri-State. Any Pro ET competitors, we need you down in lanes 4 and 5 immediately. Also, Mopar Max boxcars down to 7 and 8. And also, last call for street bike. Lane 6, please. Pro ET round 1 eliminations. Pulling into the water box now. All right, happy Sunday to everyone. Let's have one incredible afternoon of racing here. First up on track, left-hand side, Tim Earl out of Marion in that 2011 silver Camaro. Dials in 1239. Right-hand side, dials in 1185. Andrew Spawn in that 1978 Nova. Winner, left-hand side, Tim Earl goes 44 on the tree. Double breakout, but unfortunately, Andrew looks like he may have fallen asleep there at the line. Tim Earl taking home that round win. Moving on. Next pair, Valerie Chitty, left-hand side, 1039 out of Grimes in that 2010 Camaro. Right-hand side in that 73 Montego. Dials in 1144. Greg Troger. Winner, left-hand side, Valerie Chitty. Double breakout, but she goes 36 on the tree. And moving on, Valerie Chitty. Next pair in, right-hand side, and that black 98 Camaro is Kevin Hack, dials it in 1026. William Stedner, 1128 the dial in, and that 2012 Mustang out of Walcott. Winner, right-hand side, Kevin Hack. Goes 16 on the tree, one above on the big end for the win. Kevin Hack, moving on. Gloria Hansen, 1140 the dial in at Austin, Minnesota. Left-hand side, 67 Dodge Cornet. Right-hand side, Bob Ridenour, 1016 the dial in out of Manchester, Iowa. And that 1967 CUDA. Bob gets it done. 15 on the tree, 5 above on the big end for the win. Bob Ridenour, moving on. Scott Parker, left-hand side. Bruce Stockman, right-hand side. Who's going to get done, the car or the bike? The bike wins. Scott Parker goes 42 on the tree, 7 thousandths above for the win, and moving on. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Quick 16 competitors. Round 2 time trial. to lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16, second round time trial to lanes 7 and 8, please. Left-hand side, Frank Rechterman dials it in 988 in that 86 Mustang. Right-hand side, Mike Wymore out of Oski, 928. Mike Wymore, right-hand side, gets it done. Goes 08 on the tree. Goes one above on the big end. Moving on, Mike Wymore. Left-hand side, Garrett Chitty, 882 out of Grimes, and that 92 Camaro. Right-hand side, Steve Pifkin, and that 85 Daytona, dials her in, 1071. Winner, Garrett Chitty. And goes one on the tree. 4 above on the big end for the win. Garrett Chitty moving on. Also, quick 16 competitors. Second call to lanes 7 and 8 for your second time trial. Quick 16 competitors. We need you down in lanes 7 and 8, please. Coley Novak, left-hand side in that RX-7, 996, the dial out Atkins. And Tim Canilla, 936, and that 65 Chevy. Left-hand side, Coley Novak, and that RX-7 goes 20 on the tree. Double breakout on both sides, but Coley Novak moving on to that RX-7. Next pair, Charles Sullivan dials it in 1022 out of Manchester, and that 1970 Duster. Left-hand side, Jacob Shepard, 1066, that 99 Firebird. Both away, clean and quick. Winner, left-hand side, Jacob Shepard, 32 on the tree. Goes one above on the big end for the win. Jacob Shepard, moving on. Dan Steffens, left-hand side, dials her in 894 out of Charlotte, Iowa, in the dragster. And the right-hand side, Sly Rechterman, out of Coggin, Iowa, in the 84 Mustang, dials her in 903. Double red, right-hand side, though, gets it done. A red 004 beats a red 20. Sly Rechterman, moving on. Mark Rosenbaum in that 64 Corvette pulls it in 929 on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, Stephen Geiger out of the Amanas. And that 2000 S10 dials her in 987. Winner, left-hand side, double breakout, but Steven Geiger getting her done. 42 on the tree. Moving on to the next round. Eric Heinrichs dials her in 10-10 out of Dyersville. In the left-hand side, John Olbrick. In that 87 Camaro, dials her in 10-41. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Last call for quick 16 to lanes 7 and 8 for your second time trial. Last call, quick 16 to lanes 7 and 8, please. Both away clean. Winner, right-hand side, Eric Heinrichs goes 27 on the tree. Goes 14 above on the big end for the win, Eric Heinrichs. Bill Ray in the left-hand side on that 2005 Hayabusa. In the right-hand side, Austin Redenauer, 10-16 of Manchester in that 1970 Dart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, Sportsman. We need you in lanes 2 and 3. First call, Sportsman, to lanes 2 and 3, please. Austin on the right-hand side gets it done. Pulls a beautiful 3 on the tree. Fortunately, a double breakout, but Austin moving on to that 1970 Dart. Right-hand side, Jason Seeley in that American flag-themed U.S. Marines car. 11.26 the dial out of Bettendorf. Left-hand side, Troy Stedner out of Walcott. 8.70 the dial in that 66 Fairlane. Winner, right-hand side, the Marine Madman, Jason Seeley, goes 66 on the tree. Double breakout, and winner, right-hand side, Jason Seeley. Next pair, right-hand side, Scott Robinson, out of Manchester, dials in his 68 Barracuda, 1082. And Bill Cox with the wheelbase that makes the dragsters jealous, 917 out of Maple, Minnesota. Winner, Bill Cox, goes 62 on the tree. Goes 7 above on the big end. Moving on, Bill Cox. Left-hand side, Jason Kaiser, 1092 the dial in that 78 Trans Am. Right-hand side, I'm not going to try that last name, I apologize. 952 in the Z28. Also, Sportsman, second call for Sportsman. We need you down in lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman competitors to lanes 2 and 3. Also, final call for quick 16. Need you in lanes 7 and 8. Quick 16, 7 and 8. Sportsman 2 and 3. Winner, right-hand side. Home goes 57 on the tree. Goes 3 above on the big end for the win. Moving on. Next pair, Olivia Youngblood in that S10, dialed it in 1086. Right-hand side, Alan Buska, 1276, that 1971 Dodge Demon. Winner, left-hand side, Olivia Youngblood getting it done, and 30 on the tree. Goes one above on the big end. Olivia Youngblood. All right, first round, Mopar Max boxcars on track right now. First pair, Michael Freeman in the Right-Way Trailers right lane out of Albany, Illinois, in that 71 Duster. Dials in 998. Left-hand side, dialed in 990. Left-hand side is Dave Olson. Winner, Dave Olson. A bit of a lucky break there. It looks like all sorts of problems in both lanes. Moving on the left-hand side, Dave Olson. Next one up, we have a bye for Scott Olson out of Austin, Minnesota. Dials it in 1015. Left-hand side, Ron League, 1187 dialing on that 91 Sportster. Right-hand side, Todd Tiedrick on that 03 Suzuki. 908 right side, 1187 left side. Winner, right-hand side, Todd Tiedrick. Goes 80 on the tree. Goes 7 above on the big end for the win. Todd Tiedrick. Right-hand side, Randy Sarnicki. 06 Harley out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. 1150 the dial in. Alex Zoller, 1265 on his 02 Sporty. Left-hand side, Eric Arnson. Right-hand side, Sean Bellick. And winner, right-hand side, Sean Bellick. Goes 229 on the tree. Goes dead on the dial-in, too. Good job, Sean Bellick. Moving on. Stan Sleever, right-hand side, 1045 out of Grand Marsh, Wisconsin on that 2010 Harley. Left-hand side, Steve Coronado, 1185 on that orange Harley. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, sportsman competitors. Need you in lanes 2 and 3, please. Final call, sportsman competitors to lanes 2 and 3. High School and Junior Street, you're on deck. Right-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick. Left-hand side, Matt Vaughn. Winner, left-hand side, Matt Vaughn getting done on the Harley. 43 on the tree. Goes 5 above on the big end for the win, Matt Vaughn. Next, we got a single here and a bye. Craig Zoller, 1135 the dial on his Harley. Here comes your quick 16, round 2 of time trials. These, ladies and gentlemen, are here to absolutely shake the ground that we walk on. Some of the baddest and fastest cars on property here in quick 16. Dustin Meier, left-hand side. Right-hand side, Mitch Melchert. Dustin Meier sits up top, 683. Mitch Melchert sitting P3 right now, 712. Next pair, Tyler Stick, left-hand side out of Fruitland, Iowa. And Adam Makokata, Dalton Waugh, right-hand side. Tyler's good enough for 5th with a 746. Dalton Wall right behind him in 6th, 750. Right-hand side, Kevin Hack out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Left-hand side, Cale Davis in that 98 Mustang. Big shout out to Kevin Hack, though, for taking some time yesterday to walk me around his car and give me a little bit of education on what these dragsters all are meant to be. Kevin Hack moves up to the 3 spot. with a 708. Next pair, right-hand side, Zach Mortensen out of Lutz, Iowa. Left-hand side, out of Cedar Rapids, Bill Black. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. First call, high school to lanes 2 and 3, please. First call, high school, lanes 2 and 3. Also, junior street, first call. We need you in lanes 4 and 5, please. Zach Mortensen goes to P2, 686, and Bill Black goes to P3, 695. Dustin Meier still leading the pack, though, 683. Again, high school, first call to 2 and 3. 2 and 3 for high school. And junior street needs you down in 4 and 5, please. First call. Next pair, David Primrose, left-hand side, that 06 Suzuki out of Cedar Rapids. Right-hand side, Zach Miller out of Independence in the dragster. David goes good enough for 11th, 835, and right behind him, Zach. In the 12th spot, 849. P1 still Dustin, P2, Zach Mortensen, and P3, Bill Black. Paige Davis, left-hand side, and Brian Yeomans, right-hand side. Paige good enough for 10th spot, 766, and Brian right behind, 808. Top three still Dustin Meier, Zach Mortensen, and Bill Black. Final pair here in quick 16. James Halverson, right-hand side, versus Al Graham on the left-hand side. Also, second call for high school. We need you in lanes 2 and 3, please. Second call for high school, lanes 2 and 3. Also, junior street to lanes 4 and 5. Junior street, lanes 4 and 5. Mopar, no box, you are on deck. James is good enough for 6 with a 721. Al good enough for 8, 748. Your top 5, Dustin Meier, Zach Mortensen, Bill Black, Kevin Hack, and Mitch Melcher. Right-hand side, Dave Klein out of Durango, Iowa. That's 68 GTX, dials in 1168. And then left-hand side, and that's 72 Nova, John Walker out of West Liberty, dials in 1197. Winner, right-hand side, Dave Klein, green, 67 on the tree, beats a red, 64. Dave Klein at GTX, moving on to round number 2. Also, final call for high school. Final call for lanes 2 and 3 for our high school competitors. Also, Junior Street, final call to lanes 4 and 5, please. 4 and 5 for Junior Street, 2 and 3 for high school. Christian Vargensen, right-hand side, dials it in 1590. Left-hand side, Nick Balk, 14 to dial in. Double red light, but right-hand side, we get a red 59 beats a red 73. Moving on, Christian Vargensen. Right-hand side, Rick Coleman out of Phillipsburg, Iowa, in that 2012 Camaro SS, dials it in 1210. Andrew Spawn, left-hand side, 1159, that 1978 Nova. Both of them are away clean and green. Winner, left-hand side, Andrew Spawn. 198 on the tree. Goes 13 over on the big end for the win, Andrew Spawn. Corey Miller, left-hand side, dials in 1218 at a Tipton in that 85 Mustang. Right-hand side, Abby Steffens in her 86 Mustang out of Durango, dials her in 1198. Winner, right-hand side, Abby Steffens, double breakout. She gets it done with the 49 on the tree. Moving on, Abby Steffens. Also, just a friendly reminder, make sure you have all of your safety equipment on and secured before you come down to the water box. Please and thank you. Logan Westcott, left-hand side. In that 2020 Kia, dials it in 17 flat, right-hand side. Sky Borshading, dials it in 1403, and that Mustang GT. Oh, Sky unfortunately ran a 006 red. Logan's going to take it with a green 55 and move on in the Kia. Jason Westcott, 1567 in that 2024 Dodge Ram, right-hand side. Left-hand side, Corey Hansen, 1430 the dial in out of Austin, Minnesota, in that 68 Super B. Winner, right-hand side, Jason Westcott goes 89 on the tree, double breakout for both of them, but Jason gets a little closer. Moving on in that big old truck. Carolyn Coleman, right-hand side in that 2001 Mustang, dials it in 1442. Dave Benson, 1218 out of LeClaire, Iowa, in that 66 Cornet. Winner, left-hand side, Dave Benson, 63 on the tree, 6 over on the big end. For the win, Dave Benson. Next up here at Sportsman, right-hand side, Tamara Earl, 1237 at Marion, and that 2011 Silver Camaro. Left-hand side, in that 92 Mustang, Emily Vargason, 1379. Tim getting it done on the tree. Green, 121, beats that red, 68. Sam Earl taking that Camaro on to round number 2. Michelle Stepanek, 1214 out of Vinton, Iowa, that red 85 Camaro. Right-hand side, Don Paisley, and that 99 Trans Am dials her in 1415. Oh, man, Don was so close on the tree. Goes a red 001. Michelle going to take that one home. Moving on the left-hand side, Michelle Stepanek. Right-hand side, Jim M. 1220 the dial in out of Guttenberg, Iowa. And that 2019 Challenger. Left-hand side, Shelly Klein. And that $69 dials it in 1261. Ugh. Red light off the start. Jim going to get the win. Green 31 beats that red 34 to Shelly. Moving on, Jim M. Dan Balk, right-hand side out of Waterloo, Iowa. Dials it in 1278. Left-hand side, Andrew Quinn, 1419 in that 87 Corvette. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Mopar no box. First call to lanes 4 and 5, please. Mopar no box to lanes 4 and 5, please. Winner, right-hand side, Dan Balk. Double breakout, but he was 111 on the tree for the win. Dan Balk moving on. Also, first call Super Pro to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, first call, lanes 7 and 8. Mopar no box, first call, lanes 4 and 5. Owen Higman, 1357 the dial out of Calamer in that 2009 black Mustang. Right-hand side, Kyle Frost out of Cedar Falls dials it in 1218. Winner, right-hand side, double breakout, but Kyle's getting it done to the right-hand side. 41 on the tree. Kyle Frost moving on. Dylan Pifkin here out of Port Byron, Illinois, is going to have a buy run here in that 2000 Mustang. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Second call, Mopar no box. Need you down in lanes 4 and 5, please. Also, second call for Super Pro to lanes 7 and 8, please. 7 and 8. Also, a few more sponsors I'd like to thank. Glenn's Tire Service at Clear Lake, Hawkeye Metal Supply of Hawkeye, Iowa, Iowa Heartland Credit Union of Mason City, and LD's Filling Station and Grill of Mason City. Again, huge thank you to them from the North Iowa Mopars for sponsoring this weekend's events. Right-hand side, Leighton Hack, $13.9 the dial in that 2009 Mustang. Left-hand side, Andrew Spawn dials it in $11.68 out of Piasta in that 1978 Nova. Andrew gets it done on the tree. Green 102 takes out the red 62 of Leighton. Andrew Spawn moving on. Sam Freeman, right-hand side, 14.25 the dial. Emma Stedner, 14.8 the dial on the left-hand side of the Walcott. Both away clean and green. Right-hand side, Sam Freeman goes 74 on the tree. Goes 26 above on the big end. For the win, Sam Freeman. Last one here in high school with a bye. Parker Niles, 1655 out of Dodgeville, Wisconsin, and that Ford Explorer. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for Mopar No Box. Down in lanes 4 and 5. Last call, Mopar No Box to lanes 4 and 5, please. Super Pro, also last call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro competitors, we need you down in lanes 7 and 8, please. No E open bike, you're on deck. Left-hand side, Peyton Rock and Junior Street. Dials in 1123 and an Equinox. Right-hand side, Sophia Browning, 1131 and that Honda. Winner right there on the tree. Sophia Browning getting it done. Green 23 takes out Peyton's red 43. Sophia Browning in the Honda. Moving on to round number 2 for Junior Street. Next pair, right-hand side in the Kia Sorento, Grace Doty dials it in 978. Lindsay Hansen, 10 flat to dial in out of West Salem, Wisconsin. Winner, left-hand side, Lindsay Hansen gets it done, 48 on the tree. Goes 3 above on the big end for the win and moving on. Right-hand side, Lily Hansen, $960 in that 76 Nova out of West Salem, Wisconsin. Piper Kaiser, $1158 out of Mount Vernon. And that Honda CR-V. Who's going to get done in this Junior Street pair? Winner, right-hand side, Lily Hansen. Goes 55 on the tree, 5 above on the big end. Moving on to the next round in Junior Street. Next up, Benji Freeman, left-hand side, dials in 11:02 at a Davenport. And in the right-hand lane, we have a birthday boy turning 14 today, Jack Balk out of Cedar Falls. 9:15 the dial in. What a way to spend your 14th birthday, but going drag racing. Winner, left-hand side, Benji Freeman and Anna Bart take it. 106 on the tree. Goes 5 above the big end for the win, Benji Freeman. Also, Jack Balk, happy birthday. Melanie Castle, left-hand side, 1060 the dial in, and that 2014 Dodge, right-hand side, Cooper Hogan, 1045, and his 98 Dodge Ram. Double breakout, but the winner goes to the left-hand side. Melanie Castle taking it home, 36 on the tree. Taking that Dodge on to round number 2 in Junior Street. We are going to do a little track prep here, I believe. Yes, we are going to do a little bit of track prep here. Give us about 5 minutes, and we're going to get back on track. A few more thank yous I'd like to give out from the North Iowa Mopars. Mega Parts of Coon Valley, Wisconsin. Motion Raceworks and Mark Williams Axles of DeWitt. NAPA Auto Parts of Mason City. North Iowa Community Credit Union of Mason City. And O'Reilly Auto Parts of Mason City. Huge thank you from North Iowa Mopars for making events like this possible for us. Thank you so very much. Also, Fuel Store is still open, concessions are open, and our t-shirt shack is open. $25 if you would like a t-shirt from this week's event. They are super soft and full color too. Very, very sharp looking shirts. All right. Mopar, no box, pulling into the water boxes now, ladies and gentlemen. All right, first pair in Mopar, no box, round one elimination. Paul Exlad, 980 the dial in out of Red Wing, Minnesota. Right hand side, Mike Wymore, Adolowski, and that 1980 Arrow. Dials are in, 928. Winner, double breakout, but Mike Wymore getting her done. Moving on, 87 on the tree. Taking that Arrow on to round number 2. All right, left-hand side, dialed in, 1090 is a Plymouth Savoy, I'm being told. And on the right-hand side, Gloria Hansen dials in 1140 out of Austin, Minnesota, and that's 67 Dodge Cornet. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No E open bike. First call to lane number 6, please. No E open bike. First call to lane number 6. Junior Dragsters, you're in the hole. Winner, right-hand side, Gloria Hansen goes 36 on the tree, 24 above in the big end for the win. Gloria Hansen. Bob now out of Manchester, Iowa, at 67 CUDA, 1014 the dial. Left-hand side, Alan Boska, 1265 out of Basin City, and that 1971 Dodge Demon. Winner, left-hand side, Alan Buska, 84 on the tree, one above on the big end for the win in that Dodge Demon. Gary Mitchell, 1017 at Iowa City in that 69 Super B. Left-hand side, Dave Klein, 1171 out of Durango in that 68 Plymouth GTX. Winner, Dave Klein, 15 on the tree, 6 above on the big end, taking that GTX on to round number 2, and Mopar no box. Next up on track, pulling into the water box now, is our Super Pro competitors. Also, no E open bike. I need you down in lane 6, please. No E open bike. Lane 6, please. First pair in Super Pro, left-hand side, Brian Emhoff, $8.99 at Independence in that 92 Trans Am. Right-hand side, Kevin Hack, pulling in that Camaro, $10.25 out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Winner Kevin Hack goes 10 on the tree. 2 above on the big end to take home the win in that black Camaro. Moving on in Super Pro to round number 2. And the right-hand side, that grocery getter, Scotty Miller, $10.58 out of Muscatine, and that 67 Chevy 2. Ray Thompson, left-hand side, $7.57 the dial on his dragster out of Waterloo, Iowa. Winner, left, right-hand side, Scott Miller in the grocery getter goes 16 on the tree, 1 above on the big end for the win, and moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, Junior Dragster. We need you in lane number 1, please. First call, Junior Dragster, lane number 1. Also, final call, no E open bike. We need you down in lane 6, please. No E open bike to lane 6, please. Mopar Muscle Sportsman, you are in the hole. Garrett Chitty, left-hand side, 1050 in the Nova. Right-hand side, Mark Rosenbaum, 807 in the Dragster. They're both away, clean and green. Right-hand side, Mark Rosenbaum goes 15 on the tree, 1 above up on top for the win in Super Pro. Again, Junior Dragsters will take you down in lane number 1, please. Mark Fuller, left-hand side. Josh Bockenstead, right-hand side. Winner, left-hand side, double breakout. Mike Fuller getting it done, moving on in Super Pro. Larry Draves, right-hand side out of Clarion, 813 the dial in. Allison Pierce, 991 the dial in out of Columbus Junction, Iowa. Winner left-hand side, Allison Pierce goes 25 on the tree, 5 above on the big end. Moving on to round number 2. Ryan Rutledge, right-hand side, 978 out of Centertown, Missouri, in that 1975 Chevy Love. Left-hand side, Jacob Shepard, 1067 in that 99 Firebird. Winner left-hand side, Jacob Shepard. Double breakout, but he does just enough to get through to the next round. Ron Wayline, 893 in that 67 Nova left-hand side. And Jaron Christensen in that 83 Suzuki, 869. Winner, Jaron Christensen gets it done on the tree. Green 34 takes out a red 3. Also, last call for junior dragsters. We need you down in lane number 1, please. Final call, junior dragsters, lane number 1, please. Andrew Wolf, 782, the dial out of Reedland, Iowa, in the dragster, left-hand side. Randy Temperley in his dragster dials in 765, hailing out of East Dubuque, Illinois. Winner left-hand side, double breakout, but Andrew gets it done. Moving on, Andrew Wolf. Steve Lohr out of Conroy, Iowa, in that 2010 neon green Camaro, dials in 931. Doug Waugh, 864 the dial in out of Maquoketa in the dragster. Steve gets it done on the tree. 38 green beats a red 42. Moving on, Steve Lohr. Right-hand side, Zach Miller, 849, the dragster, dials it in at Independence. Left-hand side, Jim Olbrich. Out of Buena Vista, Iowa, in that 2005 Grand Am, dials are in 829. Winner, left-hand side, Jim Olbrich, nearly tied coming off the tree, both of them, but unfortunately Zach breaks out. Jim Olbrich, though, runs nearly perfect for the win. Moving on. Paige Davis brings that dragster out of New Boston, Illinois, for 766, the dial-in over there. Mike Meier, left-hand side, dials in the Chevelle, 934. Winner, Paige Davis, 37 on the tree, one above on the big end. Taking that dragster on to round number 2. Zach Mortensen bring that twin turbo dragster out of Let's Iowa, dials it in 685. Left hand side, Joey Notch. In that 74 Love, 925 the dial in out of Blairstown, Iowa. Joey's away first. Zach, both clean and green. Great reaction times out of both of them. Winner, left hand side, Joey Notch gets it done in the Love. 25 on the tree. Goes dead on his dial-in for the win, Joey Notch. $16 thousandths separated that last pair between Joey and Zach. Impressive, gentlemen. Impressive. Rod Wilter, 803, coming up on the right-hand side. In the quick performance left lane, Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin, pulls his dragster in, dials it in 808. We're going to leave nearly identically. Rod does it on the tree. We'll see if he can finish it out. Oh, Brian goes around him at the end. Brian Yeomans with the win. 21 on the tree and then nails his dial in. Back-to-back cars nailing their dial in. Al Graham, right-hand side of the Dundee, 749 the dial in. David Primrose, left-hand side, 835 out of Cedar Rapids and 06 Suzuki. Who's going to get it done? David or Al? Bike versus dragster. And Al gets it done on the tree, cuts a 009 green light, beats David's red 20. Moving on, Al Grimm. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call, Mopar Muscle Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3, please. Be aware, Junior Dragster is in lane 1. I want to make sure all of our competitors stay safe today. Again, Mopar Muscle Sportsman, first call to lanes 2 and 3, please. And also remember, for all you Mopar competitors, first person to hit that first trip zip, you got $100 coming your way. No one has hit that yet in our Mopar classes. Let's get it done. Mitch Meltzer, right-hand side. Dalton Wall, left-hand side. Both away, clean and green. Winner on the double breakout. Dalton Wall goes 006 on the tree. Taking that dragster on to the next round. Michael Freeman, right-hand side out of Albany, Illinois, pulls in that 71 Duster, 997. And Dan Steffens, out of Sherrill, Iowa, dials it in 887. Winner, left-hand side, Dan Steffens. 46 on the tree, 3 above on the big end. Moving on. Kirk Hogan, right-hand side, 918, that 70 Challenger. Tyler Stick, left-hand side, 747 out of Fruitland, Iowa. Winner, Tyler Stick, left-hand side, goes 15 on the tree. 8 above on the big end for the win. Tyler Stick. Last one, Valerie Chitty on a Byron. 10.37 the dollar in that 2010 Camaro. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, Mopar Muscle Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3, please. Mopar Muscle Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3. Reminder, Junior Dragsters is next to you in lane 1. Also, first call, lane 6 for Test and Tune. Any Test and Tune will take you down in lane 6. Mopar Muscle 2 and 3, Test and Tune, lane number 6. Attention the pits, attention the pits. If you are missing your dial board, I might know where it's at. We found one on the big end of the track. If you are missing your dial-in board, check in with the big end of the track. We probably have it. Scott Parker versus Todd Tiedrick there. On the left-hand side, Scott Parker gets it done. On the bike, goes 14 on the tree, 4 above for the win. John M. 11 is the dial-in out of Guttenberg, Iowa, on that 73 Kawasaki, and Randy Sarnecki, 1150 the dial-in out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Winner, right-hand side, John M. Goes 102 on the tree. Goes 16 above on the big end for the win and moving on. Sean Bellick, left-hand side of Lavelle, Wisconsin, 1163 the dial on his Harley. Right-hand side, Stan Sleever, 1040 on his Harley. Winner, Stan Sleever. 113 on the tree, goes 12 above on the big end for the win. Next pair, Steve Coronado, left-hand side, 1185 the dial in New Lisbon, Wisconsin, on his 1998 Harley. Ron Legee, 1180 out of Austin, Wisconsin, on his 1991 Harley, dials in at 1180. Both away are clean and green. Winner, right-hand side, Ron McGee. Double breakout, but gets it done and moves on with that Harley into the second round. Also, final call, Mopar Muscle Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3. Final call, Mopar Muscle Sportsman to 2 and 3. And again, reminder, Junior Dragsters are in lane number 1. Be aware, please. Also, Test and Tune to lane 6, please. Test and Tune, lane number 6. Bill Ray, left-hand side. Craig Zoller, right-hand side. Bill gets it done on the tree. Green 135 takes out the red 26. Moving on, Bill Ray in that 2005 Hayabusa. Nathan Stowell pulls her up. Right-hand side, 1020 the dial on that Harley. Left-hand side, Alex Zoller, also out of Wisconsin, 1275 on his Sportster. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro buyback, pro buyback. Need you down in lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro ET buyback to lanes 4 and 5, please. Dylan Tiedrick, right-hand side, 894. Left-hand side, Mike Gotch, 877 on his Hayabusa. Winner, right-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, 69 on the tree, 1 above on the big end for the win. Moving on, Dylan Tiedrick. Matt Vaughn, 1235, left-hand side on his Harley. Right-hand side, Randy Gillen, 1038 on that Road King. Again, Pro ET buyback to lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET buyback to lanes 4 and 5, please. Winner, Randy Gillen, right-hand side, gets it done on the tree. Green, 156, takes out that red 49. Right-hand side, Randy Gillen, moving on. Brian Moody with the Byron here, dials in 898 out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Junior Dragster's on track now. Left-hand side, Bennett Meier. Right-hand side, Mackenzie Melchert. Mackenzie Melchert is going to take home that win. Green 97 beats that red 9. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our North Iowa Mopars would like to again invite you to go down to our shirt shack. We have event t-shirts down there for sale for just $25. Full color, very soft shirts. Get down there, get you one of those today. Next pair on track, Jackson Melchert dials it in 790 out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Left-hand side, Carson Meier, 1410 the dial in out of Walford, Iowa. Winner, left-hand side, Carson Meier gets it done. 130 on the tree. Goes 5 above on the big end for the win. Carson Meier. Right-hand side, Sam Freeman, the junior dragster out of Davenport, Iowa, 808 to dial in. Left-hand side, Melanie Castle out of North Liberty, Iowa, 790. And they're both away, clean and green. Winner. Right-hand side, Sam Freeman goes 66 on the tree and 3 above for the win and moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for Pro ET buyback. I need you in 4 and 5. Final call, Pro ET buyback. Need you in 4 and 5. Also, final call for any testing tune. We'll need you in 6. Right-hand side, Ellery Olson, 962 the dial in out of Austin, Minnesota. Benji Freeman out of Davenport, dials it in 798. Also, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call Pro ET winners. I need you in 4 and 5. First call Pro ET winners. I'll take you now in lanes 4 and 5. Winner left-hand side, Benji Freeman, 798, the dial-in. Right-hand side, Kaylee Castle, 1190, the dial-in out of North Liberty, Iowa. Left-hand side, Leighton Hack. She dials it in 790 out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Winner left-hand side, Leighton Hack. She gets it done, 106 on the tree, one above on the big end for the win. Leighton Hack. Savarudo, right-hand side of Omaha, Nebraska. Right-hand side, left-hand side, Grace Doty, 806 in Albany, Illinois. Also, shout out to Brad Squires, who's listening online today. We know you wanted to be here and wanted to be racing, and you aren't feeling too well, but we hope you feel better soon. Winner, right-hand side, Savarudo, double red light. Red 54 takes out a red 100. Congrats, Savarudo. Moving on. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, Pro ET winners. I need you in 4 and 5. Pro ET winners to lanes 4 and 5, please. Right-hand side, Charlie Patrick, 1030 out of Mount Horeb, Wisconsin. Cooper Hogan, 812 out of Fruitland, Iowa. Charlie on the right-hand side gets it done. 46 on the tree, one above on the big end. Charlie Patrick moving on. Also, last call, Pro ET winners. I need you in 4 and 5, please. Pro ET winners, 4 and 5. Next pair on track, right-hand side, 1260 the dial in. Left-hand side, Adam Olson, 1272 the dial in, and that Challenger. Winner goes right-hand side, 83 on the tree. Green beats a red 37 out of Adam. Moving on, right-hand side. Left-hand side, Corey Hansen. Right-hand side, Dave Benson. Dave gets it done right away on the tree. Green 38 takes out that red 24. Dave Benson moving on. Matt Holtoss, right-hand side of the Waverly, and that 70 Roadrunner. Dials it in 1190. Warren Nagan, 1133 out of Waverly, Iowa. Winner, right-hand side, Matt Holtoss, and his Roadrunner goes 204 on the tree, and one above on the big end. Moving on. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Last call, Pro ET winners. I need you in 4 and 5. Last call, Pro ET winners. Need you down in 4 and 5. Attention the pits, attention the pits. I need all Mopar Max box competitors to lane 7 and 8. All Mopar Max box competitors to 7 and 8. Both buyback and winner. I need both to lanes 7 and 8, please. Street bike, you're going to be coming up shortly in lane 6. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Quick 16. I need you at the top of the lanes 7 and 8 for pairing. Quick 16. I need you at the top of the lanes of 7 and 8 for pairing. And street bike, buyback to lane 6. Street bike, buyback to lane 6. Winner, left-hand side, Troy Stedner, 15 on the tree green, beats Andrew Spawn's red 74. Troy Stedner moving on. Left-hand side, Tim Kania. Right-hand side, Alan Buska. Tim gets it done on the tree. Goes green 70 to a red 57. Tim moving on in that 65 Chevy. Quick 16 competitors. I need you at the top of the lanes 7 and 8 for pairing, please. Quick 16 competitors. Top of lane 16 for pairing. Also, street bike buyback. Lane 6, please. Street bike buyback. Lane number 6. Next pair, Jason Kaiser, left-hand side, 1089 the dial. Right-hand side, Greg Troger, 1137 the dial out of Urbana. Trans Am left-hand side, Montego right-hand side. Both away clean and green. Winner, left-hand side, double breakout. Jason Kaiser takes it though. 339 on the tree. Might have just barely have helped him get that through. Jason Kaiser moving on. Right-hand side, William Stedner, 1125 the dial in out of Walcott, Iowa, in that 2012 Mustang. Left-hand side, in that 87 Camaro. Out of Holy Cross, John Olbrich, 1039 the dial. Last call, quick 16, top of the lanes, 7 and 8, please. Last call, quick 16, top of the lanes, 7 and 8. Also, last call for street bike buyback. I need you in lane number 6. John Olbrich wins that one, 38 on the tree, goes 2 above on the big end. For the win, John Olbrich. Charles Sullivan pulls in out of Manchester, right-hand side in that 1970 Duster, 1018. That is a beautiful looking car. Left-hand side, Mork Rosenbaum in that 64 Corvette. She's rowdy, 9 and 25. Winner, right-hand side, Charles Sullivan taking that semi-duster on to the next round. 27 on the tree. Goes 2 above in the big end. Winner, Charles Sullivan. Scott Robinson, right-hand side, in that 68 Barracuda. Out of Manchester, 1090 the dial-in. In the left-hand side, Gloria Hansen driving that slack time, 67 Dodge Cornet, 1140. Winner, left-hand side, Gloria wins on the tree. Green 31 takes out Scott's red 34. Gloria Hansen moving on. Bill Ray pulls his 2005 Hayabusa into the right-hand lane. Dials are in 897. And at Cape Creek, Arizona, Frank Rechterman, 06 Mustang, 976. Left-hand side, Frank Rechterman goes 59 on the tree, 1 above on the big end for the win. Frank Rechterman moving on. Left-hand side, Dan Steffens, Cheryl, Iowa, in that dragster, 980 the dial in. Right-hand side, Steve Pifkin, 1011 the dial out of East Moline, Illinois, in that 1985 Daytona. Correction on those dial-ins. Dan Steffen dials it in 880, and Steve Pifkin dials it in 1071. Winner, right-hand side, Steve Pifkin, 49 on the tree, 4 above on the big end for the win. Moving on, Steve Pifkin. Sly Rechterman, right-hand side, that 84 Mustang, dials it in 9 flat. Left-hand side, Coley Novak, that 87 Mazda. Trip zip out of Coley Novak. Can he get it down? No, Sly Rechterman gets it done. 24 on the tree, goes 7 thousandths over on the big end to win by 25 thousandths. Coley Novak, though, trip zip on that light. Come up to the tower. Next pair, Garrett Chitty, left-hand side, 880 the dial in. Right side, Tim Earl, 1238 the dial in. All right, we've had our first trip zip for the day. Now we need one of our Mopar Max competitors to do it so they can collect that $100 from Carquest Auto Parts of Dyersville. Winner left-hand side, Garrett Chitty getting it done. 49 on the tree, 6 thousandths above for the win. Left-hand side, Scott Parker. 945 a dial in on that Kawasaki. Right-hand side, Mike Wymore in that gorgeous Plymouth Arrow. Dials in 926 at Oski. Winner right-hand side, Mike Wymore taking that arrow on to the next round. 45 on the tree, one above on the big end. Mike Wymore, winner. Bob Ridenauer, Manchester, Iowa, in that 67 CUDA, 10-13. Left-hand side, Jason Seeley out of Bettendorf, Iowa, 11-23 the dial in that 1970 Duster. The Moline Madman. Jason Seeley, the Moline Madman, gets it done. 38 on the tree, 4 above on the big end. Taking it on to the next round of that 70 Duster. Stephen Geiger, 983 out of the Amanas. And that 2000 S10, right-hand side, Jacob Shepard, that 99 Firebird, 1065, continues to impress. Winner, left-hand side, Stephen Geiger. Goes 003 on the tree. Gorgeous light. 1 above on the big end. That's good enough for the W. Stephen Geiger moving on. Right-hand side, Valerie Chitty out of Grimes. 1038 and that 2010 Camaro. And a vehicle over 60 years older than that, Bill Cox out of Middle Minnesota. That 48 Anglia. 917 the dial over there. Winner, right-hand side, Valerie Chitty gets it done, cuts a 007 light to go 1 above, and moving on with Valerie Chitty. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need street bike winners to lane 6, please. Street bike winners, lane 6, please. Also, sportsman buyback. I need you in 2 and 3. Sportsman buyback. First call, lanes 2 and 3, please. Kevin Hack, right-hand side in that Camaro. Out of Cross Plains, 1026 the dial. Austin Ridenauer, 1013, cuts a 002 light. Gorgeous in that 72 Dart. Winner, Austin gets it done, cuts that 002 light, goes 9 thousandths above for the win. Moving on, Austin Ridenauer. Olivia Youngblood will do a bypass here, dials it in 1085, and that 1985 Chevy S10. Also, street bike winners, lane 6, please. Street bike winners, lane 6. And sportsman buyback, lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman buyback, lanes 2 and 3. All right, Mopar Max boxcar is on track now. Left-hand side, Scott Olson. Dials it in 10 flat in that 1990 Dodge Daytona. Right-hand side, Michael Freeman. $9.96 a dollar out of Albany, Illinois. That's 71 Duster. No trip zip there, darn. Come on, guys. Michael Freeman gets it done. 009 light and goes 4 above on the big end for the win. Michael Freeman. Next one up, David Olson, 990 the dial in there at Austin, Minnesota, that 2000 Avenger. This will be a Byron here. We'll see if we can get the trip zip here. All right, a little bit too much excitement there on the big end of the track. Looks like the driver is okay. We are going to do some inspection here on the track. don't make sure there's nothing laying down on the track or anything of that nature. So give us a few minutes to evaluate the situation, and I will get back on here and let you know as soon as possible. Please allow any of our crews to get through if they need to. All right, if we could just clear the track now, please, we'd really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we definitely have some cleanup to take care of here. So our track team is going to get to it right away here, and we'll get back on track racing as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your patience through all of this. Don't forget, fuel store is still open, concessions is still open, and we've got our commemorative shirts for this weekend in our shirt shack for $25. So if you're gonna swing over and get those. So grab a bite to eat, use the restroom. We'll be back as soon as we can. Thank you again for your patience. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Last call for sportsman buyback to lanes 2 and 3. Last call, sportsman buyback 2 and 3. Bring your cash down the lanes. Also, first call, sportsman. Winners, I need you in 2 and 3. Sportsman winners, make your way over to 2 and 3, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, sportsman winners. I need you down in 2 and 3, please. Sportsman winners. I need you down in 2 and 3. Second call, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Trophy competitors, I need you down in lanes 4 and 5, please. First call for trophy competitors to lanes 4 and 5. Also, final call for sportsman competitors. Our sportsman winners, I need you in 2 and 3. Sportsman, last call, 2 and 3. Trophy, first call, 4 and 5. All right, Tri-State racers and race fans. Massive, massive shout out to our team on the ground there, making quick work of that situation, getting the track looking all pristine and ready to rock and roll again. So, go ahead and get back suited and booted. Pull those straps tight. We're going back racing again. We got street bike on track next. Also, second call trophy to 4 and 5, please. Second call trophy class, 4 and 5. Left lane, Ron Legui, 1178 dial on his Sportster. Steve Coronado, 1175 right-hand side on his Harley. Both away claim. Winner, Steve Coronado, 72 on the tree, 6 above on the big end for the win. Steve Coronado. Alex Zola, left-hand side, 1255 the dial on that Sporty. Right-hand side of the La Crosse, Wisconsin. Piloting that 2008 Suzuki, Dylan Tiedrick. Winner, right-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, 110 on the tree. Goes 8 above on the big end for the win. Moving on, Dylan Tiedrick. Sean Bellick, 1161 the dial in out of Lavelle, Wisconsin on his Harley. Left-hand side, Randy Sarnicki, 1125 out of Reedsburg. Brings that Harley in, 1125 the dial. We'll both stage, let's go. Winner, right-hand side, Sean Bellick, 158 on the tree. Goes 9 above on the big end for the win. Sean Bellick. Craig Roller in the right way, trailers right lane. Out of Monster, Wisconsin, 1130 his dial. Matt Vaughn, 1235 out of Boston as well on his Harley. Winner, Craig Roller, taking that Harley on to the next round. 112 on the tree, 8 above on the big end. Stan Sleever, 1040 out of Grand Marsh, Wisconsin, pulls in the right-hand side. In the quick performance left-hand lane, Todd Tiedrick out of La Crosse on his 03 Suzuki. 910 the dial. Also, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Last call for trophy. Lanes 4 and 5. Last call for trophy. Lanes 4 and 5. Winner, Todd Tiedrick, gets it done on the tree. Green, 157, takes out that red 15. Winner, Todd Tiedrick. All right, quick 16 on track, round 1 eliminations. Brian Yeoman, Left-hand side, 808 in his dragster. Right-hand side, that black dragster, Mitch Melcher out of Hopkinton. 711 the dial in over there. 808 left-hand side. Round one, eliminations in quick 16. Winner, left-hand side, Brian Yeomans, 28 on the tree. Goes 3 above in the big end for the win. Moving on. Next up, Dustin Meier, your number one qualifier for this quick 16. Out of Walford, Iowa, dials it in 680. Dalton Wall pulls in from Macokota, 749. Winner, right-hand side, Dalton Waugh takes on Dustin. 22 on the tree, goes 2,000s above for the win. Nice job, Dalton Waugh. Moving on. Also, attention the pits, attention in the pits. High school buyback. I need you in 2 and 3. High school buyback, first call 2 and 3. Also, junior street buyback. I need you in 4 and 5. High school buyback, 2 and 3. Junior street buyback, 4 and 5. Next pair, quick 16. Cale Davis in that 98 Mustang out of New Boston. Dials her in 758. And Bill Black in the blue dragster out of Cedar Rapids, 695 the dial in. Cale Davis getting it done in the Mustang, right on the tree. A green 009 takes out Bill's red 003. Cale Davis moving on in quick 16. And the quick performance left-hand lane, Mike Meier pilots that 68 Chevelle out of Walford to a 934 dial in. And on the right-hand side, Al Grimm out of Dundee. 748 the dial in over there. Mike, Al's going to be waiting just a bit on that tree. A little bit of difference here on this one. Winner, Al Grimm, 22 on the tree. Goes 2 over on the big end. Al Grimm moving on in quick 16. Next pair up, Zach Mortensen in that twin turbo dragster, 686 the dial over there out of Letts. Ray Thompson out of Waterloo, left-hand side, 756 the dial in on his dragster. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, high school buyback. Lanes 2 and 3, please. High school buyback, lanes 2 and 3. Junior street buyback, lanes 4 and 5. Junior street buyback, 4 and 5, please. Zach Mortensen gets it done on the tree. Green 28 takes out Ray's 005 red. Zach Mortensen moving on in quick 16. Zach Miller on the right-hand side, dials her in 848 out of Independence. And the left-hand side, Tyler Stick out of Fruitland, Iowa, 747. Winner, left-hand side, Tyler Stick, getting it done. 29 on the tree, one above on the big end. Zach Miller, unfortunately, broke out. Moving on in quick 16, Tyler Stick. Left-hand side, David Primrose out of Cedar Rapids on that 06 Suzuki. Dials her in, 838. Right-hand side, James Halverson out of Earlville, 720 the dollar out, Dragster. Oh, hold up. We got something going on here with James's car. We're just going to make sure that is all looking safe. Just give us a moment here. All right, looks like we got whatever that was figured out. All right, again, all right, David Primrose, left-hand side on that 06 Suzuki. Right-hand side, James Halverson in the dragster. Bike versus dragster. 4 tires versus 2. What are we going to do here in quick 16? Who can get it done? Winner, right-hand side, James Halverson cuts a 31 on the tree, goes 4 over on the big end. David, unfortunately, did break out by 2. Moving on, James Halverson. Paige Davis out of New Boston, Illinois, brings her 2-tone dragster to the lane, 766 the dollar over there. And the right-hand side, Kevin Hack out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin, brings that 2012 Racecraft dragster in, 708 the dial over there. Kevin Hack gonna get it done on the tree. 16 green, 14 red for Davis. Kevin Hack, move on. And that will complete your quick 16 bracket for round number 1. Last call, high school buyback, 2 and 3. Last call, junior street buyback, 4 and 5. Attention to the pits, attention to the pitch. First call, high school winners. I need you in 2 and 3. High school winners to 2 and 3. Corey Miller, left lane. Sky Borchenier, right lane. Right lane is going to take it 55 green to Corey's 16 red on the tree. Sky, moving on. Also, junior street winners. I need you in 4 and 5. High school winners, 2 and 3. Junior street winners, 4 and 5 for first call. Next pair, John Walker, right-hand side in that 72 Nova. 1193. Left-hand side, Rick Coleman, 1205 the dial in out of Shellsburg. These are our sportsman competitors. Winner, left-hand lane, Rick Coleman. 134 on the tree, goes 10, a tenth above for the win. Andrew Quinn, right-hand side in that 87 Corvette, dials her in 1410. Left-hand side, 1349 for Owen Hagman. Winner, right-hand lane, Andrew Quinn goes 65 on the tree, 9 above on the big end. Andrew Quinn moving on in Sportsman. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, high school winners to lanes 2 and 3. High school winner, 2 and 3. Junior street winner to 4 and 5. Second call, junior street winners to 4 and 5, please. Shelly Klein, right-hand side of Durango, Iowa, in that 69 Dodge Dart. Left-hand side, Carolyn Coleman, Shellsburg, Iowa. 1419 that I went over there in that 01 Mustang. Both away, clean and green. Winner, Shelly Klein, 67 on the tree, 5 above on the big end. Moving on to that dart, Shelly Klein. Next up in Sportsman, Emily Vargason in a right-way trailer's right lane. 1390 the dial in out of Fort Atkinson in that 1992 Mustang. In that 2011 Camaro, Tim Earl, 1236 the dial out of Marion. Winner, left-hand side, Tim Earl goes 50 on the tree, 4 above on the big end. Tim Earl moving on in Sportsman. The Junior Street winners, thank you. Winners to 4 and 5, please. Junior Street winners to 4 and 5, please. Jim M, 1208 the dial in, right-hand side of the Guttenberg in that 2019 Challenger. Left-hand side, Dave Klein in that GTX. 1173 the dial in out of Durango. Yeah. Dave gets it down the tree, joins Shelly in the next round. 35 green on the tree, takes out a red 63. And a huge thank you for bringing me one of those event shirts up in the tower. You guys are too kind. Thank you so very much. Next pair, Michelle Stepanek out of Vinton, Iowa, in that 85 Camaro. She's going to dial it in 1213. Dave Benson out of LeClaire, Iowa, in that 66 Cornet. 1219 the dial over there. Winner, Michelle Stepanek takes care of it right there on the tree. Goes green 85 to take out Dave's red 100. Moving on, Michelle Stepanek. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Mopar no box buyback. I need you in 4 and 5. Mopar no box buyback. I need you in 4 and 5, please. Dylan Pifkin, left-hand side. Andrew Spawn, right-hand side. Andrew gets it taken care of in the right-hand lane. 54 green on the tree. Takes out a red 003. Andrew Spawn, moving on. Right-hand side, Logan Westcott in his 2020 Kia. 1668, the dial over there. Abby Steffens, 1199. On the left-hand side of Durango, Iowa, and that 86 Mustang. Abby Steffens takes on the win on the tree. Green 29 takes out a red 65. Moving on, Abby Steffens. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Second call. Mopar no box buyback. I need you in 4 and 5. Mopar no box buyback to 4 and 5. Kyle Frost, right hand side. Christian Vargensen, left hand side. Christian off clean. Kyle's off clean. Here we go. Winner, Christian Vargensen, left hand side. Cuts a nice 30 on the tree. Goes 7 above on the big end for the win. Christian Vargensen. Jason Westcott, right hand side, dials in 1565 at a all line. In that 24 Dodge Ram, left hand side, Dan Balk, 1275 for Waterloo. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Super Pro buyback to lanes 7 and 8, please. First call, Super Pro buyback to lanes 7 and 8. Last call, Mopar no box buyback to 4 and 5. Mopar no box buyback to 4 and 5. Super Pro buyback 7 and 8. Bring your cash to the lanes, please. Winner, left hand side, Dan Balk, 41 on the tree. Goes 8 above on the big end for the win. Moving on, Dan Balk by 5 1/1000ths. Next pair on track is our final in trophy. Right hand side, Don Paisley, 1405, the dial in out of Durango, Iowa, in that 99 Trans Am. And the birthday boy, the 14-year-old Nick Balk, 1395 in the Camaro. Who's going to get it done? Nick or Don in your trophy final? Right hand side, Dan Paisley takes it down on the tree. Green 107 takes out the red 72. Your trophy champion this Sunday at Tri-State Raceway, Don Paisley, and that 1999 Trans Am. Again, we need Super Pro Buyback. Super Pro Buyback lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro Buyback lanes 7 and 8. Attention in the pits, attention in the picks. Mopar No Box winners. I need you in 4 and 5. Mopar Max No Box winners. I need you in 4 and 5, please. Again, Super Pro Buyback into 7 and 8. Mopar No Box winners to 4 and 5. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Mopar No Box winners. I need you in 4 and 5, please. Mopar No Box winners. I need you to 4 and 5, please. Super Pro Buyback 7 and 8. Sam Freeman, left-hand side on the buy, 14.23 the dial in. All right, up here next, we got Parker Niles, right-hand side, 1630 in the Explorer to the dial. Andrew Spawn, left-hand side, 1176 out of Piasta in the 78 Nova. Winner, Parker Niles, right-hand side, goes 45 on the tree, 3 thousandths above. Moving on, Parker Niles. Grace Doty, right-hand side, $9.72 the dial in, and that Kia Sorento. Left-hand side, Piper Kaiser, and that Honda CRV, dials are in, $11.48. Last call for Super Pro buyback, 7 and 8. Last call, Super Pro buyback to lanes 7 and 8. Grace Doty won that last pair, 247 on the tree. Going 2 above on the big end and moving on, Grace Doty. Cooper Hogan, right-hand side, 1042 out of Fruitland, Iowa. And Jack Balk, the birthday boy, 918 out of Cedar Falls. Winner, Cooper Hogan, 81 on the tree. Goes 8 above for the win. Moving on, Cooper Hogan. Next up, Lindsay Hansen, right-hand side. Dials are in 10 flat. And then Melanie Castle, 1060, left-hand side. Winner, Lindsay Hansen, goes 62 on the tree green, takes out Melanie's red, 36. Congrats, Lindsay Hansen. Moving on. Lily Hansen now, 962 the dial in her 76 Nova. And Benji Freeman out of Bart from Davenport, 1102. Winner, right-hand side, Lily Hansen, goes 80 on the tree, 6 thousandths above on the big end. Take home the win, Lily Hansen. Last one on the buy, Sophia Browning, 1137 out of Winfield, and at 07 Honda. First call, Super Pro winners to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro winners, we need you down in 7 and 8, please. All right, we are just going to take a couple of minutes here and do a little sweep and drag of the track here, get it all cleaned up before we pull our Mopar no box cars on track. And I also like to remember all of our Mopar competitors, Carquest of Dyersville, is throwing up $100. Yep, Josh from Carquest of Dyersville is throwing up $100. The first one of you that can hit a trip zip in one of the Mopar rounds. Hit that trip zip, and we got $100 coming your way. All right, Mopar no box pulling into the water box now. Let's see one of these guys or gals hit a trip zip here. I want to get rid of this $100 up here. All right, Mike Wymore pulling up in the right way trailer's right lane from Oskey, Iowa, in that 1980 Aero 926, a beautiful two-tone machine. Paul Exlad on the left-hand side, hailing out of Red Wing, Minnesota, 970 that one. Winner, right-hand side, Mike Warmore in that Aero, goes 24 on the tree, goes 6 above on the big end for the win. Moving on, and Mopar, no boxed. That trip zip still safe. Come on, boys, let's get it. Bob Ridenauer, Manchester, Iowa, in that 67 CUDA, 1011 the dial in over there. Left-hand side, 1085 the dial in. Winner, Bob Rudnow, 10-11, his dial in, and he breaks out by only a tenth, but it's a double breakout, so that 67 CUDA is marching on to the next round. Alan Buska, 1266 out of Mason City. That 71 Demon. Left-hand side, Gloria Hansen, 11:40 the dial time. And that slack time, 67 Dodge Cornet. Winner, right-hand lane, Alan Buska gets it done in the Demon. 3:04 on the tree, 2 above on the big end for the win. Alan Buska. Last one up here in Mopar, no boxes, Dave Klein out of Durango. And that 68 Plymouth GTX, one gorgeous machine. He is just going to break the beams and pull that thing back. Just take home the W. Moving on, Dave Klein. In the pits, attention in the pits. First call, no E, open bike, buyback. I need you in lane 6, please. No E, open bike, buyback. Lane number 6, please. First call, no E, open bike, buyback. Super Pro cars on track now. Mitch Melcher, 712 out of Hopkinton, the right-hand lane. Josh Bockenstead, 991 on the left-hand side. Josh is the one giving away the $100 for that trip zip. So let's see how he can do here in Super Pro against Mitch Melcher. Both away, clean. 005 left side, 007 right side. Who's going to get this one? Winner, left-hand side, Josh Bockenstead gets it done. Goes 1 above on the big end for the win. 005 on the tree. 2 1,000 separated them in the finish at the start line, and 8 1,000s at the finish line. Woo-wee! What a race. Ryan Rutledge, 973 out of Centertown, Missouri, and that 75 love. Garrett Chitty pulls that 74 Nova in. Out of Grimes, Iowa, 10:48 dials it in. Winner, left-hand side, Garrett Chitty, 36 on the tree, 4 above on the big end, takes home the win. Moving on in Super Pro, taking that 74 and over on, Garrett Chitty. Brian Imhoff, 898 at Independence, Iowa, brings that red Trans Am in. Left-hand side, Ron Wayline, 895 in his 67 Nova. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, no e-bike, buyback. To lane number 6, please. Bring your cash. No e open bike. To lane 6 for buybacks. Bring the cash on down. Winner there, right-hand side, Brian Imhoff. Goes 13 on the tree. Goes 4 above on the big end for the win in the Trans Am. Brian Imhoff. Larry Draves out of Clarion, Iowa, brings that multicolored dragster in, 809 the dial in. And Mike Meier, 933 in that white 68 Chevelle. Dials in 933. Winner, right-hand side, Larry Draves at a Clarion, gets it done, 20 on the tree, 6 above on the big end. Fortunately for Mike on the left-hand side, he did break out. Larry Draves moving on in Super Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, last call, no E, open bike, buyback. I need you in lane number 6. No E, open bike, buyback. Last call to lane number 6. We will be calling winners shortly. Rod Wolter out of Mondame, Iowa. 804 the dial. And on the left-hand side, Doug Waugh in that purple and silver dragster. Dials are in 863 out of Makokata. They're both in. Let's go. Great lights out of both of them. 10 on the left side, 14 on the right-hand side. Let's go. Winner, right-hand side, Rod Walter gets it done, 1 above. Doug Waugh, unfortunately, did break out. Winner, Rod Walter. Moving on. Zach Miller up next out of Independence, Iowa, on the right-hand side, 847 the dial. In your quick performance left lane, Ray Thompson, 755 out of Waterloo, Iowa. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No E open bike winners. I need you in lane 6, please. No E open bike winners to lane 6, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, I need you to lane 1, please. Junior dragsters, first call, lane number 1, please. Also, no E open bike winners. I need you in lane 6, please. No E open bike winners to 6. All junior dragster competitors, lane 1. Left-hand side, David Primrose. Right-hand side, Randy Temperley. Left-hand side, though, David Primrose takes care of it. 17 green on the tree, takes out Randy's red 004. Just a blink of an eye too quick. David Primrose moving on. Michael Freeman, right-hand side, 997 the dial over there, and that 71 Duster. And the left-hand side, Zach Mortensen, that twin-turbo dragster from Letts, Iowa, 686. Winner, right-hand side, Michael Freeman got out first and held off Zach. Zach did break out, but Michael wins 31 on the tree, 1 above on the big end to move on to the next round. Again, I need junior dragsters, all junior dragsters, lane 1, please. All junior dragsters, lane 1, and no E open bike. Final call for winners to lane 6. No E open bike winners, lane 6, last call. Second call, junior dragsters to lane 1. Dalton Waugh, right-hand side of Makokata, brings his dragster in 748. Steve Lohr, 928, left-hand side out of Conroy, Iowa, brings the Camaro in. They're both off clean. 10 left side, 05 on the right-hand side. Winner, right-hand side, Dalton Waugh. 005, reaction time on the tree. Goes 4 above on the big end for the win. Dalton Waugh. Valerie Chitty in the right wave trailers performance right lane, 1037 the dial over there for that 2010 Camaro. And Jacob Shepard, 1061 out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, that 99 Firebird. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mopar Muscle. Sportsman, I need you, buyback, I need you in 2 and 3. Mopar Muscle Sportsman buybacks. I need you in 2 and 3, please. Be aware, junior dragsters are in lane 1. I want them to be safe. Mopar Muscle buyback, 2 and 3. Winner, Jacob Shepard, 34 on the tree, 5 above on the big end for the win. Jacob Shepard taking that Firebird on to the next round. Mark Rosenbaum, right-hand side, 809 the dial. In that dragster there out of Stoughton, Wisconsin. And Allison Pierce in the quick performance left lane out of CJ, Iowa, 995 the dial in. Winner, right-hand side, Mark Rosenbaum, 24 on the tree. Goes 1 above on the big end. Great run there for Mark. Moving on. Mike Fuller, right-hand side, out of Robbins, Iowa. Dials it in 768. And Scotty Miller in his grocery getter. 1058 for that 67 Chevy 2. Winner, right-hand side, Mike Fuller, 133 on the tree. I'm sure you'd like to have that back, but he'll take the round win. And moving on, Mike Fuller. Tyler Stick pulls the dragster on the left-hand side out of Fruitland, Iowa, 747 his dial in. Jaron Christensen on that 03 Suzuki. Dials are in 871. So a little bit of difference between these two. This should be an interesting one here. Winner, left-hand side, Tyler Stick gets it done. 22 on the tree, 1 above on the big end. Unfortunately, Jaron did break out. Next up, Dan Steffens, left-hand side, 888 on the dial, out of Sherrill, Iowa. And on the right-hand side, in that black Camaro, Kevin Hack, 1026. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Mopar Muscle Sportsman winners now to 2 and 3. Mopar Muscle winners to 2 and 3, please. I also will take Test and Tune to 6. Mopar Muscle winners to 2 and 3. Test and Tune to lane 6, please. Kevin Hack cuts a 001 light. Dan cuts an 11 light. Oh boy, here we go. Winner right hand side. Kevin Hack gets it done. Goes 3 above, cuts a 001 light. So close to trip zips for Kevin. Moving on, Kevin Hack. Paige Davis and that two-tone dragster in New Boston. Dials are in 767. And at 924 the dial in. And that 74 love, Joey Notch out of Blairstown, Iowa. Joey gets it done on the tree. 30 green beats Paige's red 004. Joey Notch moving on. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Mopar Muscle winners. Second call to 2 and 3. Mopar Muscle winners. I need you 2 and 3. Test and Tune to 6. Test and Tune to 6. Jim Olbrick, right-hand side. In that 05 Grand Dam, dials in 831. Left-hand side, Brian Yeomans, 811. Brian gonna get the win right on the tree. Green 74 takes out Jim's red 11. Brian Yeomans moving on. Next pair, Al Graham right-hand side, Andrew Wolf left-hand side. Winner, Andrew Wolf, 22 on the tree, 3 above, up on the big end. Andrew Wolf moving on. Randy Sarnecki, left-hand side. Alex Zoller, right-hand side. Randy gets it done on the tree. Green 77 takes out Alex's red 003. Randy Sarnecki moving on. And no E open bike. Sean Bellick, right-hand side. Craig Zoller, left-hand side. Craig Zoller with the win. 278 on the tree. Goes 2 over on the big end for the win. And that Harley-Davidson, Craig Zoller. Steve Coronado, 1175, the dial in on his Harley, right-hand side. Matt Vaughn, 1239 on his Harley out of Austin, Wisconsin. A lot of Wisconsin boys in this bike division. Winner, right-hand side, Steve Coronado, 58 on the tree. Goes 2/10 above, but Matt Vaughn unfortunately broke out. Steve Coronado with a win. Mike Gotch, 877 on that 13 Hayabusa. Todd Tiedrick, 910, the right-hand side on his 03 Busa. Todd Tiedrick gets it done on the tree. 59 green, takes out Mike's red 009. Todd Tiedrick moving on. And no E open bike. Last call, Mopar Muscle Sportsman winners. I need you in 2 and 3. Test and tune to lane 6. Mopar Muscle, remember, Josh Bach, instead of Carquest Auto Parts of Dyersville, has got $100 for that first trip zip light. Let's see it. Come on. Left lane, Brian Moody out of Cedar Rapids. Dials are in 895. Right-hand side, Jim M. 11 flat out of Guttenberg, Iowa on that 1973 Kawasaki. Winner, left-hand side, Brian Moody getting her done. 004 on the tree. And goes one above on the big end for the win. Brian Moody. We got a competition by here. Looks like Bill Ray did not make it in for this one. Stan Sleever did, though. Right-hand side, dials are in 1042. Going to take a competition by here. Nice little Sunday cruise with a wheelie to boot. Stan only ran 4.5 seconds longer than his dial-in for that win. That sounds like a nice Sunday ride. All right, next pair. Nathan Stowell, 1017, his dial-in, Hillsboro, Wisconsin on that Harley. And Randy Gillian, 1025 out of Mauston, Wisconsin on his 2020 Road King. Winner, right-hand side, Nathan Stowell, 153 on the tree, goes 3/10 above. Left lane something just did not work. So we are going to figure this out here quick. We're going to take a quick break here to get him off track. bear with us 1 second. We can shut down the motors in the lanes, please. Thank you very much. All right, folks, we got that bike rescued off track, got that figured out. Hopefully Randy can get that thing figured out and be back here ASAP. Next pair, Dylan Tiedrick on that '08 Hayabusa. Dials are in 894 out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. And Scott Parker trying to spoil this Wisconsin party out of Illinois. 944 his dial on that '83 Kawasaki. Winner Dylan Tiedrick, 002 on the tree, 2 above on the big end. The Wisconsin kid keeps moving. Dylan Tiedrick, winner. Ron Legee, 1178 out of Austin, Wisconsin. On that 991 Harley is going to take the bye here and move on in no E open bike. Next coming up on track is your junior dragster competitors. We'll have both our consolation ladder and our championship ladder running consecutively here. So come on down and cheer on these junior dragsters. Left-hand side out of Walford, Iowa, 1411 Dahlin, Carson Meier. Right-hand side, Mackenzie Melchurch, 790 the dial out of Owatonna. We're going to have a bit of a break on this one. 2 very different dial-ins, 1411, 790. Who is going to cut this tree just right and try to run that perfect run right here? Winner, right-hand side, Mackenzie Melcher cuts a 57 light, goes 4 above at 80 mile an hour for the win. Mackenzie Melcher moving on. Next up in juniors, Benji Freeman, 8 flat, the dial in there out of Davenport. And on the right-hand line out of Omaha, Nebraska, which was our double weekend winner a few weeks back on our Fangmann Performance Days. Savarudo doubled up that weekend and won. They're dialed in 790 right now. We'll leave nearly identically. Only a tenth separates these two. Benji has a couple sponsors as well. Gateway Towing and Ace Basement Waterproofing. Fantastic. Oh, Benji wins it on the tree. Cuts a green 33 to take out Sava's red 48. Benji Freeman moving on. Charlie Patrick, 1030 the dial in out of Mount Horeb, Wisconsin. Left-hand side, Sam Freeman. Out of Davenport, dials are in 809. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro ET. I need you at the top of the lanes, 4 and 5 for pairing. First call, Pro ET. We're going to be going to the top of the lanes, 4 and 5. Mopar Max box, you are in the hole right now, so... Pro ET, though, I need you at top of lanes 4 and 5. Charlie on the right-hand side cuts the bottom light. Let's see who gets there first. It's Sam Freeman, 131 the light there. Goes 1 over on the big side. Moving on, Sam Freeman. Last one up here, we've got Leighton Hack. She is on a Byron here out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. 790 the dial. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Fangmann brothers saw something down on the big end, and they want to go take a look at it right here. So we're going to make sure everything is safe and sound and looking all clean for you guys. Just bear with us just a second, and we'll get back on track here with our consolation half of the junior dragster field. Again, Pro ET second call. I need you on top of the lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro ET competitors, I need you at the top of the lanes 4 and 5, please. All right, it looks like we got the green light from the Fangmann brothers, so I think we're going back racing. Right-hand side, Melanie Castle, 7-9 to the dial-in on her junior dragster out of North Liberty, Iowa. To the left-hand side, dialed in at 957. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for Pro ET. I need you to the top of the lanes, 4 and 5 preparing. Last call for Pro ET, top of the lanes for pairing. Winner, right-hand side, Melanie Castle cuts a gorgeous 001 light to go one above on the big end for the win, Melanie Castle. Also, fuel store. You got a little over an hour left before that fuel store ends up closing. So if you need fuel or anything like that, swing on in over there. Also, we have our Mopar Max event t-shirts and our track shirts and our shirt shack next to concessions. Swing on over there. They're only $25. I got mine on right now. So go get yourself one. You can look just as fresh as I do right now. Left-hand side out of Walford, Iowa, 890 the dial-in for Bennett Meier. And on the right-hand side, Kaylee Castle dials in at 1191 out of North Liberty. Here we go. Winner, left-hand side, Bennett Meier, 92 on the tree. Those 9 above on the big end for the win, Bennett Meier. Jackson Melcher, right-hand side on Owatonna, pulls his 2023 half-scale end, 790 the dial-in over there. Out of Albany, Illinois, left-hand side, Grace Doty, 804. Jackson Melcher getting it done on the tree. Green 59 takes out Grace's red 85. Jackson Melcher moving on in junior dragster. Last one up, we do have a bye. It is Cooper Hogan out of Fruitland, Iowa. Dials it in 812. Let's see what they can do here. All right, next up on track is going to be our Mopar Muscle Sportsman. Again, our reminder, Josh Bockenstadt from Carquest Auto Parts of Dyersville has got $100 up here in the tower for that trip zip. I would love to see it here. Come on, come take this money. All right, Mopar Muscle Sportsman on track. $100. Trip Zips. Come on, someone take this money, please. Warren Nagan, left-hand side, out of Waverly, Iowa. And that 2016 Challenger, Dowson, 1133. Right-hand side, Corey Hansen, 1425, out of Austin, Minnesota. And that 68 Super B. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mopar Max Boxcar. We need you in lanes 7 and 8. Mopar Max Box 7 and 8, please. Trip Zip still safe. Warren had the better reaction time, but it started with a 1. I ain't gonna cut it. Who's gonna take the W here? Winner, Warren Nagan, 118 on the tree, goes 4 above on the big side for the win. Warren Hagan in that Challenger. Dave Benson, 1219 out of LeClaire, Iowa, in that 66 Cornet. And on the right-hand side, in that neon green Challenger, Adam Olson, 1269. Dave cuts the better light. Winner, left-hand side, Dave Benson, 74 on the tree. Taking that 66 Cornet on to the next round. Dave Benson. Next pair. Let's see if either Matt Holtoss in the left-hand lane or Shelly Klein in the right-hand lane can get this $100 here. 1190 left-hand side, 1259 on the right-hand side. Roadrunner versus a Dart. Matt Holtoss gets it done. He goes green 125. I think Shelly had $100 on her mind. She went red 002. Oh, Matt Holtoss, good job. Moving on. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Mopar Max Box. I need you in 7 and 8. Mopar Max Box, 7 and 8. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call, Mopar Max Boxcars. Need you in 7 and 8. Last car, Mopar Max Boxcars, 7 and 8. First call, Street Bike to 6, please. Street Bike competitors, I need you in lane number 6. First call, first call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Quick 16 competitors. I need you at the top of lanes 7 and 8 for pairing, please. Quick 16 competitors. First call for pairing, top of the lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16, top of 7 and 8, please. We got Test and Tune on track right now, so... Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, street bike. I need you in lane 6, please. Second call, street bike. I need you in lane 6, please. Quick 16, I need you the top of the lanes 7 and 8. Second call, quick 16 to lanes 7 and 8. Top of 7 and 8. All right, we got Pro ET on track. Left-hand side, Troy Stedner, 870 the dial in for his 66 Fairlane. Right-hand side, in that 1980 Aero, Mike Wymore, 926 the dial. Troy gets it done on the tree. Green 107 takes out Mike's red 12. Troy Stedner moving on. Jason Seeley 1125 the dial in out of Bettendorf in that 1970 Duster. And right hand side out of Coggin, Iowa in that 84 Mustang, Sly Rechteman. Jason Seeley, the Moline Madman, is going to win it on the tree. Green 74 takes out Slides, red 13. Jason Seeley, the Moline Madman, moving on. Steve Pifkin, that 85 Daytona, left-hand side, 1071 the dial in here in Pro ET. Right-hand side, Austin Ridenour, Manchester, Iowa, and that 1970 dart, 1012 the dial in. Steve Pifkin wins it on the tree as well. 62 green takes out Austin's red 13. Steve Pifkin moving on. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call, street bike. I need you in 6. Street bike, I need you in 6. Also, quick 16, 7 and 8. 7 and 8. Street bike 6, quick 16, 7 and 8. Last call. Sportsman, you're in the hole. Left-hand side, Olivia Youngblood in that 85 S10. Dials are in 1085. Right-hand side, Steven Geiger. 983 the dial in out of the Amanas and his 2000 S10. Little S10 on S10 action here. Who are we going to go? Oh, man, Olivia Youngblood. Green 07 beats a red 07. Moving on, Olivia Youngblood. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman competitors, I need you in 2 and 3, please. Sportsman competitors, first call, I need you at the top of the lanes, 2 and 3 for pairing. Sportsman class, 2 and 3, top of the lanes for pairing. High school and junior street are in the hole. Left-hand side, Valerie Chitty, dials are in 1042 in that Camaro. Right-hand side, Jason Kaiser, dials are in 1087 out of Mount Vernon in that 78 Trans Am. Both of them are way clean in green. Let's go. Winner, Valerie Chitty. 78 on the tree. Goes 8 over on the big side to take home the win in Pro ET. Moving on, Valerie Chitty. Tim Kania, 927 right-hand side in that 65 two-tone Chevy. One gorgeous, gorgeous drag vehicle. Left-hand side, Frank Rechterman, 976 in that 86 Mustang. Winner, left-hand side, Frank Rechterman cuts a 003 light. Nice job. Goes 2 over on the big end. Frank Rechterman moving on in that 86 Mustang. Garrett Chitty, this now in that 92 Camaro. Right-hand side, 882. Left-hand side, John Olbrich. Out of Holy Cross, runs at 1040 for that Camaro. Couple of Camaros here. Another one decided on the tree. Green 21 from John beats Garrett's red 26. John Olbrich moving on. Charles Sullivan, right-hand side out of Manchester, and that 70 Duster dials her in 10-18. And that slack time 67 Dodge Cornet, Gloria Hansen dials it in 11-38. Winner, left-hand side, Gloria Hansen, 79 on the tree, 2 above on the big end. Gloria Hansen and that slack time cornet, moving on. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call, sportsmen. I need you to the top of lanes 2 and 3. Last call for sportsman competitors. I need you to top the lanes 2 and 3. High School and Junior Street, you're in the hole. Michael Freeman with the competition by 009 on the tree. Nice run. David Olson did not make that one around. Next up on track is our street bike competitors. Dylan Tiedrick, first up out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. $8.90 for the dial in on that 08 Suzuki. Sean Bellick in that 2000 Harley out of Laval, Wisconsin. Dials it in 11:58. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. High school final. I need you to top of the lanes 2 and 3. High school final. Top of the lanes 2 and 3, please. Winner, Dylan Tiedrick, 65 on the tree on a double breakout. Dylan Tiedrick moving on. Steve Coronado, right-hand side. On that 2006 Harley, 11:78 the dial in. Craig Zoller, left-hand side, 11:32 out of Mouser, Wisconsin on his 02 Harley Sporty. Winner, right-hand side, Steve Coronado, 228 on the tree. Goes 2 above on the big end for the win. Steve Coronado moving on in street bike. Attention the pits, attention the pits. I need high school final to the top of 2 and 3 for pairing. High school final, top of the lanes, 2 and 3 for pairing. Todd Tiedrick on a Byron here. Give us just a minute here. We're going to do a little track sweep in here, clean this up just a little bit before we get our quick 16 competitors on track. We're down to the final 8. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Junior Street to the top of lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street competitors, top of the lanes 4 and 5 for pairing, please. All right, Tri-State Raceway. We got that all cleaned up. Nice job, track team. That is fantastic. Quick 16 on track. Here we go. Let's make some noise. Right-hand side, Zach Mortensen of that twin turbo dragster out of Letts, Iowa. $6.86 the dollar over there. Right-hand side, James Halverson, $7.23 out of Earlville. Winner, right-hand side, Zach Mortensen, moving on in quick 16, cuts a 25 wide on the tree, goes 4 above on the big side for the win, Zach Mortensen. Next pair, Dalton Waugh out of Macokota, right-hand side, $7.49 in that purple and silver dragster. Left-hand side in that green dragster out of Marshall, Wisconsin, dials in 810, Brian Yeomans. Left-hand side, Brian Yeomans gets it done on the tree, cuts a 005 white green to beat Dalton's red 009. Ooh, thousandths of a second. Unbelievable. Quick 16 winner, Brian Yeomans, moving on. Cale Davis next up out of New Boston, Illinois, piloting that 98 Mustang. $7.60 the dial-in. And on the left-hand side, Tyler Stick, $7.48 the dial out of Fruitland, Iowa. Cale's purging that nitrous. Oh, here we go. Tyler getting it done on the tree, goes green 12 to take out Cale's red 005. Tyler Stick moving on in quick 16. Kevin Hack, right-hand side, $7.08 the dial out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. And on the left-hand side, Al Graham out of Dundee, Iowa, $7.50 the dial. Both away clean and green. Who is going to get this done here in quick 16? 2,000 foot. Runner right-hand side. Kevin Hack getting it done. Cuts a 29 on the tree, 3 above on the big end for the win. Kevin Hack moving on in quick 16. Next up on track is our sportsman competitors. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Mopar, no box. First call to the top of the lanes of 4 and 5 for pairing. Mopar, no box. First call, top of the lanes, 4 and 5 for pairing. Super Pro, you are in the hole. Right-hand side, Rick Coleman. Left-hand side, Tim Earl. Both away clean. Rick with the advantage of the right lane. Winner, right-hand side, Rick Coleman cuts a 006 light on the tree. Goes 2 above on the big end. Rick Coleman moving on in Sportsman. Andrew Quinn pulls that 87 Corvette in next, right-hand side. In the quick performance left-hand side, Sky Borscheninger, 1406 out of Mabel, Minnesota, in that 2000 Mustang GT. Andrew with the advantage off the tree. Winner, right-hand side, Andrew Quinn cuts a 51 light, goes 3 over on the big end. Andrew Quinn's your winner in this round of the Sportsman. Abby Steffens out of Durango, Iowa, in that 86 Mustang. Dials are in 1197. Christian Vargason, left-hand side, out of Postville, 1575. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call, Mopar, no box. And you do the tops 4 and 5 preparing. Last call, Mopar, no box. Top of lanes 4 and 5, please. Abby getting it done on the tree on the right-hand side. 24 green beats a red 009. Next pair, Dan Balk. 1980 Camaro out of Waterloo, Iowa. 1276 is his dial. And Dave Klein out of Durango in that 68 GTX. Dials are in 1170. Winner, right-hand side, Dan Balk, green 61 on the tree. Goes 5 above on the big end. Winner, moving on, Dan Balk. Next up, Shelly Klein, right-hand side in that 69 Dart out of Durango. 1263 is the dial in for her. In the left-hand side, Andrew Spahn, 1178 the dial in that 78 Nova. Winner, right-hand side, Shelly Klein, 53 on the tree. Goes 4 above on the big end. Unfortunately, left-hand side broke out. Moving on, Shelly Klein. Last one up here in Sportsman, Michelle Stepanek has a Byron. Dials it in 1215 in that 85 Camaro. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Super Pro to top of lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, top of the lanes 7 and 8. No E open bike, you are in the hole. Super Pro, I need you top of the lanes 7 and 8. First call. Next pair up, we have our high school final. Parker Niles out of Dodgeville, Wisconsin, dials it in 1630, and that 2016 Explorer. And the left-hand side, Sam Freeman out of Davenport, dials it in 1418. This is your high school final here on Sunday at Tri-State. Both stage, here we go. Both away, clean and green. Sam cuts a 004 light to Parker's 019. Winner, left-hand side, Sam Freeman wins your high school title today. Cuts a 004 light on the tree. For the win, Sam Freeman, your high school champion here on Sunday at Tri-State Raceway. Next on track is our junior street competitors. Lily Hansen, left-hand side out of West Salem, brings that 76 Nova in, 961 the dial in. Cooper Hogan, 1043 the dial in out of Fruitland, Iowa, and that 98 Dodge Ram. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call for Super Pro. Need you on the top of lanes at 7 and 8. Last call for Super Pro. Top of lanes at 7 and 8 for pairing. No E open bike, you're in the hole, in the hole. Winner, left-hand side, Lily Hansen, 57 on the tree, 6 above on the big end. For the win, Lily Hansen moving on in Junior Street. Grace Doty, right-hand side, 972 the dial in on that Kia Sorento. And the left-hand side, 1140 the dial in for Sophia Browning. Pulling that 07 Honda in out of Winfield, Iowa. Lindsay Hansen has a bye here in the left-hand lane. Going to move on to the next round. Next pair, Alan Busca, left-hand side at a Mason City on that 71 Demon, 1266 the dial. Mike Wymore, Oski, 926. Who wants to take my Trip Zip money? No one in this pair. Mike Wymore takes the win on the tree. 13 green takes out that red 193. Mike Wymore in that arrow. Moving on. Next pair, Bob Ridnow, Manchester, Iowa, in that 67 CUDA, 1011 the dial in. Left-hand side, Dave Klein, in that Plymouth GTX, 1175. Who wants to come get that $100 for Trip Zips? Let's get it. Come on. Whew. Very clean and green. There, Dave Klein, 51 on the tree, 9 thousandths above the dial in. Beautiful run for Dave Klein. Now on track, Tri-State fans, we've got Super Pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No E open bike, I need you in 6, please. No E open bike, 2-6. No E open bike, 6, please. Junior Dragsters, I need you in lane 1, please. Junior Dragsters to lane 1. No E open bike, lane 6. Mopar Muscle, we need you top of lanes 2 and 3. 2 and 3 for Mopar Muscle. No E open bike, lane 6. Junior Dragster, lane 1. Mopar Muscle, 2 and 3. Winner, right-hand side, Josh Bockenstead. 41 on the tree. Goes 5 1,000ths above to take out Jacob Shepard. Josh Bockenstead moving on in Super Pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Test and tune to lane 6, please. Test and tune to lane 6, please. Junior Dragsters, lane 1. Mopar Muscle, top of 2 and 3. Test and tune, lane 6. Joey Notch, left side. Right-hand side, Mike Fuller. 926 the dial in. On the left-hand side, 768 on the right-hand side. Both green. Joey with the advantage off the line. Winner, Joey Notch, 007 on the tree, goes 2 1,000ths above, nearly a perfect run there. Beautiful run, Joey Notch. Next pair, Rod Walter, 805. Left-hand side, right-hand side, Dalton Waugh and Makokata, 749. Winner, left-hand side, Rod Walter, 007 on the tree, 4 1,000ths over. These runs are getting tight. These guys and gals are bringing their A game. Rod Walter moving on. Mark Rosenbaum, right-hand side, 808 that dial. And the left-hand side, Larry Draves, 810 in that multicolored dragster. Double 03 left lane, 001 right lane. Neck and neck down the track. Right-hand side, Mark Rosenbaum, 001 on the tree. Left-hand side, Larry broke out. Mark wins it, one above. All right, Andrew Wolf, left-hand side, 782. That 2008 dragster, left-hand side. Right-hand side, Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin, and that 99 dragster, 810 to dial in. There, left-hand side, Andrew Wolf cuts a 008 light, 2 over on the big end. Andrew Wolf moving on here in Super Pro. Tyler Stick, left-hand side out of Fruitland, Iowa, $747 in that dragster. Right-hand side, Garrett Chitty in that 1974 Nova, $1049 the dial. Right-hand side, Garrett Chitty cuts a 006 light to go one above on the big end. Tyler did everything he could going at 004 in the light, but Garrett just too much for him. Moving on, Garrett Chitty. Dave Primrose left-hand side, Kevin Hack right-hand side. David takes care of it on the bike on the left-hand side. Cuts a green 28 on the tree to Kevin's red 002. David Primrose on that 06 Suzuki. Moving on in Super Pro. Brian Imhoff out of Independence. $8.99 the dial on that 92 Trans Am. Left-hand side, Michael Freeman. $9.97 in that 71 Duster. Winner left-hand side, Michael Freeman gets it done. 19 on the tree, 5 1,000ths above. Michael Freeman taking that 71 Duster on to the next round. Next up, we have Ray Thompson. He is on a Byron, 754. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for test and tune. Final call for test and tune to lane 6. Final call. Test and tune, lane number 6. He cuts a nice 003 light. Goes one above. Nice run. Hopefully, he can bring that on to the next round. That is one great run. Next on track is our No E Open bike. Randy Sarnecki, left-hand side, 11:30 the dial in out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. And the right-hand side, Craig Zoller, 11:30 out of Monson, Wisconsin. These whiskey boys love their motorcycles. We're leaving dead nuts here, 11:30, both are dials. Big wheelie on the right-hand side. Craig gathers it up after a 005 light. Winner, right-hand side. Craig holds that wheelie and makes it a win. 005 on the tree. Goes 18 above on the big end, but he won't matter. He'll take the win and move on. Steve Coronado, left-hand side, 1178. Right-hand side, sorry. Left-hand side, Stan Sleever, 1045. Both out of Wisconsin again. Harley versus Harley. Steve Coronado gets it done on the tree, going 41 green to Stan's red 16. Steve Coronado taking home the win and moving on. Todd Tiedrick, right-hand side, $9.10 the dial in on the Hayabusa. And the left-hand side, $8.95 for Brian Moody out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, on that 04 Bush. Winner, right-hand side, Todd Tiedrick, 111 on the tree, goes 1/10 above on the big end. Todd Tiedrick with the win, moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Pro ET to top of lanes 4 and 5 for pairing. Pro ET, first call, top of lanes 4 and 5 for pairing. Pro ET 4 and 5. Ron Legree, left-hand side, 1181 on that Harley. Right-hand side on his Harley, Nathan Stowell, 1017. We're both staged. And we're away, and one went green 28, one went red 28. Left-hand side's the winner, Ron Legree. Moving on. Again, I need Pro ET, top of lanes 4 and 5. 4 and 5. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Fuel store is closing at 4:30. You've got 15 minutes. 4:30, if you need some fuel, get up there, get yourself filled up for whatever you may need. 4:30, 15-minute warning. Go get yourself some fuel. Left-hand side, we got to buy Dylan Tiedrick. $8.94 the dial in on that 08 Busa. Just a nice little cruise at 154 mile an hour. Woo! Dylan Tiedrick, moving on. Next on track is our junior dragsters. Pro ET, top of lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro ET, top of lanes 4 and 5. Street bike, you are in the hole. Junior dragsters on track, right-hand side. Mackenzie Melchert out of Owatonna, Minnesota, $7.90 the dial in. Left-hand side, Sam Freeman, $8.09 the dial out of Davenport. Sam Freeman getting it down on the tree. Green 103 beats Mackenzie's red 18. Sam Freeman moving on. Right-hand side, Leighton Hack. She brings in her junior dragster, $7.90 the dial in, and Benji Freeman, left-hand side, dials in 801. Winner, right-hand side, Layden Hack getting it done. 46 on the tree, 3 above on the big end. Moving on, Layden Hack. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need quick 16 to the top of the lanes, 7 and 8 for pairing, please. Quick 16, top of the lanes, 7 and 8 for pairing. Left-hand side, Bennett Meier, 891 the dial in. Right-hand side, Melanie Castle, 790 the dial in. Bennett Meier gets it done on the tree. Green 29 takes out Melanie's red 002. Bennett Meier moving on in Junior Dragster. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Again, quick 16 competitors. I need you the top of lanes at 7 and 8, please. Quick 16 competitors to the top of 7 and 8. Also, Street Bike, you're in the hole. As soon as testing tune goes, we'll bring you up to 6. Cooper Hogan, left-hand side, 816 the dial in. Right-hand side, Jackson Melcher, 790 the dial in. We are both pre-staged. We are both staged. Let's go. Both away, clean and green. Let's go. Winner, left-hand side, Cooper Hogan getting it done. 53 on the tree, 2 above on the big side. Winner, Cooper Hogan. Next up on track, we have Mopar Muscle. And again, I will remind you, if one of you can pull a trip zip, I got $100 sitting up here that I would love to get rid of, thanks to Josh Bockenstedt from Carquest Auto Parts of Dyersville. Let's see if one of these Mopar Muscle cars can hit that first trip zip from a Mopar today. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Street Bike, I need you to lane 6, please. Street Bike, lane 6, please. Street Bike, lane 6. Again, quick 16, top of lanes 7 and 8. Quick 16, top 7 and 8. Sportsman is in the hole. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Street bike. I need street bike to 6, please. Street bike to 6, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mopar Muscle pulling into the water box. Let's see if we get our first trip zip of the day here from our Mopar competitors. $100 available from Josh at Carquest of Dyersville. First pair, Warren Nagin, left-hand side, 1136 to dial in out of Waverly, Iowa, in that 2016 Challenger. Right-hand side in that 1970 Roadrunner, Matt Holtoss, dials in 1190. Both away, clean and green. That trip zip is safe, though. Winner, left-hand side, Warren Nagin cuts a 13 on the tree, goes 2/10 above on the big end. Warren Nagin moving on in Mopar Muscle Sportsman. Next up, we got Dave Benson all by himself. Can he get that trip zip here? Come on. Nope, still safe. He cuts at 64, though. Nice slide out of Dave. Dave Benson going to move on in Mopar Muscle. Troy Stedner, right-hand side, 871 the dial in that 66 Fairlane. Left-hand side, Gloria Hansen, 1138 in that 67 Slack Time Dodge Cornet. Winner, right-hand side, Troy Stedner, take home the win. 166 on the tree, goes 1/10 above for the win. Troy Stedner moving on. Valerie Chitty, left-hand side, 1037. John Olbrick, right-hand side, 1042 the dial in. Camaro on Camaro action here. Different gens, though. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Sportsman class to the top of 2 and 3, please. Sportsman, I need you to top of 2 and 3 for pairing, please. Junior Street to the top of 4 and 5 for pairing, please. Sportsman, I need you top of 2 and 3 for pairing. Junior Street, top of 4 and 5. There, left-hand side, Valerie Chitty, both broke out, but she had a 32 on the tree. Moving on, Valerie Chitty in the 2010 Camaro. Next up, left-hand side, Jason Seeley in that U.S. Marines 1970 Duster, 1126 to dial in. Left-hand side, Frank Rechterman, 976 out of Cave Creek, Arizona. 1986 Mustang. Nothing like spending your summers in Iowa. Get out of that Arizona heat. Two incredible whites, 007 left side, 003 right-hand side. Left-hand side is going to get it. Frank Rechterman, both broke out, but that 007 was enough to carry him through. Frank Rechterman moving on in Pro ET. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call for sportsmen. Top of lanes 2 and 3. Last call for sportsmen. Top of lanes 2 and 3. Also, last call, Junior Street. Top of lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street, last call, top of lanes 4 and 5. Olivia Youngblood, left-hand side in that S10. Right-hand side, Steve Pifkin in that Daytona. 1089 on the left side, 1073 on the right. Both away clean and green. Winner, right-hand side, Steve Pifkin goes 65 on the tree, 3 above for the win. Olivia, unfortunately, did break out. Steve Pifkin, moving on. Byron, Steve Coronado, 1178th dial on that Harley. All right, here in Street Bike, Dylan Tiedrick, left-hand side, 892 versus Todd Tiedrick, 907. Both of them out of lacrosse. Pretty sure they might know each other. Believe they might be father and son, possibly. Dylan, left-hand side, Todd, right-hand side. Winner, Dylan Tiedrick, left-hand side, cuts a 94 light to go 8 above for the win. Dylan Tiedrick. Brian Yeoman's right-hand side, Tyler Stick left-hand side, 748 left-hand side, 810 right-hand side, both away clean. Winner, left-hand side, Tyler Stick, 29 on the tree, 7 1,000ths above. Big home to win, Tyler Stick. Zach Mortensen, right-hand side, 687, that twin-turbo dragster out of Letts, Iowa. And then Kevin Hackett across Plains, Wisconsin, 708 in his supercharged dragster. Winner, right-hand side, Zach Mortensen cuts a 008 light. Goes 3 above on the big end for the win. Zach Mortensen. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, Mopar, no box. I need you top of lanes 7 and 8. Mopar, no box. Top of lanes 7 and 8. Super Pro, you're in the hole. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mike Freeman, I need you top of lanes 4 and 5 as well with the Mopar no box. Mike Freeman, I also need you to report to the top of lanes 4 and 5 with our Mopar no box competitors, please. Junior Street, we need you top of lanes 4 and 5, please. Attention the pits, attention the pits. We need Sophia Browning to the top of the lanes, please. Sophia Browning to the top of the lanes, please. Next up, we have sportsman competitors. Right-hand side, Abby Steffens, $11.92 the dial in for her Mustang. Left-hand side, Michelle Stepanek, $12.12 the dial in her Camaro. Winner, left-hand side, Michelle Stepanek. On the tree goes green 65 to Abby's red 55. Michelle Stepanek moving on. Rick Coleman, left-hand side, 1203 the dial in that 2012 Camaro SS. Right-hand side, Dan Balk, 1278 dial in out of Waterloo. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Super Pro to top of lanes at 7 and 8 for pairing. Super Pro, top of lanes at 7 and 8 for pairing. Also, no E open bike. We'll take you in lane 6, please. Winner, left-hand side, Rick Coleman. Goes 27 on the tree, 2 above on the big end to take home the win in sportsman. Rick Coleman, moving on. Again, we need Super Pro, top of lanes 7 and 8, please. No E open bike to lane 6, please. Next pair, Andrew Quinn, right-hand side, 14.8 to the dial in that Corvette. And Shelly Klein at $69 dials it in, 12.66 out of Durango. Winner, right-hand side, Andrew Quinn goes 61 on the tree, double breakout. Andrew Quinn did just enough in that Corvette to move on in sportsman. Again, we need Super Pro to the top of lanes, 7 and 8. No E open bike. I'll take you in lane number 6. Junior Street on track now. We're down to 3 competitors. First 2 up, Lindsay Hansen, left-hand side, 10.05 the dial in. Right-hand side, Sophia Browning, 11.40 the dial in that Honda. Who's going to make it to Junior Street finals? Winner, left-hand side, Lindsay Hansen, 46 on the tree on a double breakout. Lindsay Hansen moving on to Junior Street Final. And joining them in the final will be Lily Hansen. Dials in 962 on this Byron to get to the finals in that 76 Nova. Enjoy this one, Lily. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call for Super Pro. Top of lanes, 7 and 8. Also, last call, no E open bike. I need you down in lane number 6. Junior Dragster, start getting ready. We're about to call you to lane 1. We are going to take a couple minutes for our track crew to do a little sweeping up here. We're going to let them grab some water too as while we're at it. So give us about 5 minutes and we'll be back on track. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. I need Junior Dragster to lane 1, please. Junior Dragsters, I need you down in lane number 1. Also, I need Mopar Muscle Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3, please. Junior Dragster to 1. Mopar Muscle to the top of lanes 2 and 3 for pairing. Also, last call for that no E open bike. Let's get you down in 6. Junior Dragsters, I need you down in lane number 1, please. Junior Dragsters, make your way down to lane number 1, please. Also, Mopar Muscle, I need you to the top of lanes 2 and 3, please. Mopar Muscle, top of lanes 2 and 3. Junior Dragster, lane 1. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Any test and tune competitors, we'll take you in lane 6 now. Any test and tune competitors, lane 6, please. Next pair on track. Michael Freeman on the right-hand side dials in 997 in that 71 Duster. Left-hand side, 1174. Dave Klein's going to win on the left-hand side. His red 08 will be Michael Freeman's. Also red. Moving on. Next up on track, no E open bike. Ron LeGuy, 1174 left-hand side on that 91 Harley. And the right-hand side on the 98 Harley, Steve Coronado, 1178. Winner, left-hand side, Ron LeGuy. He may have done a wheelie on every shift there. 107 on the tree, goes one above. Beautiful job holding on to that bike. Left-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, 895. On the right-hand side, Todd Tiedrick, 905. Winner, left-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, 42 on the tree, goes 5 1,000ths above. Todd did break out. Moving on, Dylan Tiedrick and no E open bike. And don't worry, we still have Super Pro coming. We did just switch this round just a hair. We were waiting for one more car, so don't worry, Super Pro is coming up next. Greg Zola here on a bye. Josh Bockenstead, left-hand side, 989 the dial at 73 Nova. Right-hand side, David Primrose, 835. This is your Super Pro class. David Primrose moving on, goes green 16, 21 red. Josh having all sorts of issues getting pulled over here. Something I think broke on that car. What a bummer. All right, can we kill him in the lanes, please? Cut him, please. Josh is out of the car. Looks just fine. I think he's just trying to figure out what in the world broke. Something on the rear looks like. All right, looks like Josh is safe and sound. Looks like we must have broke something in the rear of the car. He is going to try to get off there. Our incredible firefighter team is going to be up there double checking everything and making sure he gets off the track safe and sound. And we'll get back going here shortly. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro ET class, I need you top of lanes 4 and 5 for pairing, please. Pro ET, top of lanes 4 and 5 for pairing. Track is clear, and we got the green light from the track. Let's go racing. Here we go. Fire them up. Andrew Wolf, left-hand side out of Riverbend, Iowa. In the dragster, dials it in 781. Garrett Chitty, right-hand side in that 74 Nova, dials it in 1049 out of Grimes. Garrett cuts a beautiful 006 light. Andrew not far off for the 32. Winner, right-hand side, Garrett Chitty. 006 on the tree, goes 2 above for the win. Andrew broke out. Garrett Chitty moving on. Here in Super Pro. Next pair, Mark Rosenbaum, right-hand side, 809 the dial in. 754 left-hand side for Ray Thompson. Winner left-hand side, Ray Thompson, 32 on the tree, goes 1/1000th above. Mark Rosenbaum broke out. Ray Thompson moving on in Super Pro. Joey Notch, left-hand side, that 74 love, 924 out of Blairstown. Right-hand side, Rod Wolter, 805. The dial in there. Winner, right-hand side, Rod Wolter cuts a 008 light. Goes 6/1000ths above while Joey breaks out. Michael Freeman up next, left-hand side, 997 with a bye. Broke the lights, and we're going to back her out, and that's going to be a win for Michael. Moving on. Next on track, we have Junior Dragsters Championship Bracket Final. Leighton Hack, left-hand side, dials in 790 in that 20-20 half scale out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. And the right-hand side, Sam Freeman out of Davenport, dials it in 811. This is your championship bracket final for junior dragster. Both are staged. Both are away green and clean. Ooh, he's going to get there. Winner, left-hand side, Leighton Hack gets it done. 57 on the tree, 4 over on the big end. Sam breaks out. Leighton Hack wins your championship side of the bracket here in Junior Dragster. Next pair up is your consolation bracket final. Cooper Hogan, right-hand side, $8.15 the dial out of Fruitland, Iowa. And the left-hand side, that 2004 Boss, Bennett Meier, $8.90 the dial in. And this is your Junior Dragster consolation final. Both are in, both are away, clean and green. Here we go, constellation final. Winner, right-hand side, Cooper Hogan, cuts a 91 on the tree, goes 3 1,000ths above. That's tough to beat. Bennett Meier, unfortunately, did break out. Cooper Hogan wins your Junior Dragster consolation bracket. Mopar Muscle Sportsman Final. Presented by North Iowa Mopars. Thank you so much, North Iowa Mopar, for coming out this weekend and supporting us in this event. We greatly appreciate it. First, we're in the final here. Warren Nagan, left-hand side. Out of Waverly, Iowa, in the 2016 Challenger, $11.35 the dial in. Dave Benson, right-hand side, $12.19 in that 66 Cornet. Touching the pits, touching the pits. I need street bike final to lane 6, please. Street bike final to lane 6. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need quick 16 to top of lane 7 and 8, please. Quick 16, top of lanes at 7 and 8. Winner, right-hand side, Dave Benson. Double red light, but his 001 beats a red 56. Dave Benson, your Mopar Muscle Sportsman Champion, presented by North Iowa Mopars. Congratulations, Dave Benson. Again, need street final to 6, quick 16, the top of lanes at 7 and 8, please. Street bike final to 6, quick 16 to 7 and 8, please. Next up, we have Pro ET, right-hand side, Troy Stedner, 871 the dial in out of Walcott, Iowa, at 66 Fairlane. Left-hand side, Frank Rechterman, 976 out of Cave Creek, Arizona, 1986 Mustang. Left lane, Frank Rechterman. Right lane, Troy Stedner. Double red light, but Frank gets it done. 004 red beats an 069 red. Frank Rechterman, moving on. Next pair, Steve Pifkin, right-hand side of East Moline, Illinois, in that 85 Daytona, dials it in 1072. Valerie Chitty, first into the bulbs, 1035 the dial in that 2010 Camaro. They're both staged. Here we go. Both away clean. Winner, left-hand side, Valerie Chitty gets it done. 52 on the tree, double breakout, but Valerie Chitty does enough to move on. Valerie Chitty moving on to the next round, the final round of Pro ET. Congratulations. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. I need sportsmen to the top of the lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman competitors, top of lanes 2 and 3, please. I also need junior street to top of lanes 4 and 5, please. Sportsman 2 and 3, junior street 4 and 5, please. Mopar, No Box, and Super Pro are in the hole. Street bike on track now. Steve Coronado right side. Dylan Tiedrick left-hand side. Dylan getting it done on the tree. 87 green takes out Steve's red 49. Dylan Tiedrick moving on in street bike. All right, quick 16. Final on track right now. Tyler Stick, left-hand side. Dials in 746 out of Fruitland, Iowa, that 2010 dragster. Right-hand side, Zach Mortensen in that twin-turbo dragster out of Lutz, Iowa. Dials it in 688. This is your quick 16 final here on Sunday at Tri-State Raceway. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Last call. Sportsman 2 and 3, Junior Street 4 and 5. Of our quick scene away clean. Winner, left-hand side, Tyler Stick gets it done. 15 on the tree, 2 over on the big end to take home the championship today in the quick 16 here at Tri-State Raceway. Tyler Stick is your champion. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Dave Klein and Mike Freeman back to lanes 2 and 3 for a rerun, please. Dave Klein, Mike Freeman, lanes 2 and 3, please, for a rerun. Junior Street final on track now. Lily Hansen left-hand side, Lindsay Hansen right-hand side. 20 light left side, 18 light right side. Winner right-hand side, Lindsay Hansen, your winner. 18 on the tree, goes one above on the big end. Lily unfortunately breaks out. Lindsay Hansen is your Junior Street champion. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Dave Klein and Mike Freeman to lanes 2 and 3 for a rerun, please. Dave Klein, Mike Freeman to lanes 2 and 3 for a rerun, please. Also, I need Super Pro competitors to the top of 7 and 8 for pairing. Super Pro competitors, 7 and 8 for pairing. No E open bike, you are in the hole. Next on track is Sportsman. Left-hand side, Michelle Stepanek, 12.06 the dial in that 85 Camaro. Right-hand side in his 87 Corvette, Andrew Quinn. 14.07 the dial in for Andrew. Nearly identical off the line, 26 to a 25. Winner left-hand side, Michelle Stepanek goes 26 on the tree, 4 over on the big end. Andrew, unfortunately, breaks out by 3 1/1000ths. Michelle Stepanek moving on to the final in Sportsman. And to join her there, it's going to be Rick Coleman on a bye, 12.03 the dial out of Schellsburg in that 2012 Camaro SS. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our rerun in our Mopar muscle class. No box. Sorry, Mopar no box class. My bad. No crosstalk on. Left-hand side, Dave Klein dials in 1174 out of Durango, Iowa, in that Plymouth GTX. Michael Freeman, 997 in that 71 Duster. Both staged. And we're off. Both green and green. Winner, right-hand side, Michael Freeman, 56 on the tree, double breakout. Michael Freeman moves on in that Mopar no box. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need no E open bike to lane 6, please. No E open bike, lane 6, please. Junior Dragster to lane 1, please. Junior Dragster, lane 1, please. No E open bike, lane 6. Junior Dragster, lane 1, please. Also, attention to the pits. Any of our test and tune competitors, we are going to run one final round here shortly. So if you still need to be in test and tune, this will be your final chance of the weekend to get on track. Thank you. Again, attention to pits, no E open bike, need you in lane 6. Junior dragster, need you in lane number 1. No E open bike, lane 6. Junior dragster, lane number 1. Is this final then? 5. 5. Oh. Left-hand lane, Ray Thompson, 754 the dial in out of Waterloo, Iowa. And the right-hand side, Garrett Chitty in that 74 Nova out of Grimes, dials it in 1048. Both are pre-staged. Winner left-hand side, Ray Thompson, 19 on the tree. Goes 2 over on the big end. Unfortunately, Garrett did break out. Ray Thompson, moving on. Rod Walter with the bye here, 804 the dial. Next up, No E opened by Ron 1174 the dial in on that 91 Harley. Right hand side, Craig Zola, 1130 the dial in on that 02 Harley Davidson. Winner, left-hand side, Ron LeGuy, 45 on the tree. It's a double breakout. He only broke out by 2 thousandths. Craig broke out 12. Moving on. Ron LeGuy. Attention to pits, attention to pits. This is your first and last call for testing 2. Need you in lane 6. First and last call, lane 6 for testing tune. Dylan Tiedrick got the bye here, left-hand side, out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. Gonna just cruise that Hayabusa down the track. Just cruising on down at 154 mile an hour. Woo-wee, that sounds fun. Next on track, we have our Junior Dragster Runoff Final. These are your champions of the championship bracket and the consolation bracket. Bring it back for a final runoff. In the left lane, your consolation champion, Cooper Hogan out of Fruitland, Iowa. 814 to dial in over there for Cooper. And on the right-hand side, your championship bracket winner, Leighton Hack. She pulls in at 790 the dial out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. This is your Junior Dragster Runoff Final. Both away clean. Well, left-hand side, Cooper Hogan rips a 68 light, goes one over on the big end. Leighton does break out by 2. Cooper Hogan is your Junior Dragster Runoff Championship here on Sunday. Congratulations, Cooper Hogan. All right, this is our last pair of Super Pro on track. So we had 5 remaining before this round. These are the last 2 to go down the track here. So if you were a bit confused, this is the last pair for Super Pro. Michael Freeman, left-hand side out of Albany, Illinois, dials it in 994 in that 1971 Duster. Right-hand side, David Primrose, that 06 Suzuki, 835 to dial in over there. Final call for test and tune, lane 6. Final call for test and tune, lane number 6. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro ET, I need you to top the lanes of 4 and 5. Pro ET, top of lanes 4 and 5. Also, Sportsman, I need you to top of lanes 2 and 3. Pro ET 4 and 5. Sportsman 2 and 3. Winner Michael Freeman, left-hand side, cuts a 005 white, double breakout. He only breaks out by 1 on the top end to take home the win and move on there in Super Pro. Michael Freeman. Again, I need Pro ET, top of the lanes 4 and 5 for pairing. Pro ET 4 and 5 for pairing. Sportsman, top of lanes 2 and 3 for pairing. Sportsman, top of 2 and 3 for pairing. Thank you. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Mike Freeman and Mike Wymore to lanes 7 and 8, please. Mike Wymore and Mike Freeman to lanes 7 and 8, please. Thank you. Next up on track, we have our Pro ET final. Valerie Chitty, left-hand side, 1038 the dial in for that 2010 Camaro. Right-hand side, Frank Rechteman, 978 the dial out of Cave Creek, Arizona, and that 86 Mustang. This is your Pro ET final. Congratulations. Attention to the pits, attention to the mix. We need Mike Wymore and Mike Freeman to lanes 7 and 8, please. Mike Wymore and Mike Freeman, lanes 7 and 8, please. Winner, left-hand side, Valerie Chitty getting it done. 31 on the tree, goes 3 1,000s over, while Frank Rechteman breaks out by 5. Valerie Chitty is your champion here on Sunday at Tri-State Raceway and Pro ET. Congratulations, Valerie. Next up on track, we have our Sportsman final. Rick Coleman in the right way trailer's right lane, 1202 the dial for that 2012 Camaro SS. In the left-hand side, Michelle Stepanek, 1208 in that 1985 Camaro. Camaro on Camaro, 2 different generations. We're both pre-staged. They're both staged. Both away, clean and green. Vantage on the stripe, Michelle Stepanek off their line. Right-hand side, Rick Coleman, 74 on the tree, goes 2 over on the big end to take home the win by 4 1,000s. Winner, Rick Coleman, your Sportsman champion. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need no E open bike final to lane 6, please. No E open bike final. I need in lane 6, please. Thanks. All right, left lane, Michael Freeman dials in 993 in that 1971 Duster out of Albany, Illinois. Right-hand side in that Plymouth Arrow, Mike Wymore, 924. Winner, right-hand side, Mike Wymore, 12 on the tree, 3 above. Mike Wymore takes home the win today. Congratulations, Mike Wymore. Winner, right-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, 61 on the tree, beats Ron Leguiz, 136. Dylan goes 5 above for the win. Dylan Tiedrick moving with your winner in no E open bike. Attention the pits, attention the pits. I need Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5, please. Super Pro competitors, I need you down in lanes 4 and 5. Thank you. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Final call, Super Pro. We need you 4 and 5. Final call for Super Pro. 4 and 5, please. right, this is our Super Pro here. Kind of a weird deal here. So I'll walk you through it here real quick. Left lane, we have Michael Freeman, dials in at 996. Ray Thompson was supposed to be in the right lane and broke. So Michael Freeman is going to take a competition by here. He is just going to break the beams, which he just did to take the win, and he is going to back out here. Then we still have a competition by here as well. And I believe he will be doing the same thing here, and then we'll turn around and run these two in a final. So kind of a unique situation here, but Michael Freeman takes home the win on a competition buy after Ray Thompson breaks, and then we'll have one more traditional buy here to get to the final here in Super Pro. So here comes Rod Walter. He is going to do the same thing. Dials in 805. He is going to go through, break the beams. Yep, just there. Take home the traditional buy here. He is also going to back this out, and then we are going to turn around and rerun them heads up, or head to head here for our final of the day here on Sunday. All right, Tri-State Raceway, it is finally time to run our Super Pro Final. All right, Super Pro Final, right-hand lane, Rod Walter, 1,805. Left-hand side, the Duster, Michael Freeman, dials it in, 996. Breath away, clean and green. 17 on the left, 49 on the right. Winner, left-hand lane, Michael Freeman gets it done. 17 on the tree, goes 4 above on the big end. Thank you all for joining us here today at Tri-State Raceway.